Good morning. Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead now.
Yeah, we can hear you, Liam.
Thank you, Dan.
All right, it's 9 o'clock. So we will call the June 21st meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors to order. Supervisor Groves, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Okay. Presentations, Board of Supervisors, we're going to pull item 1.1, correct?
Correct.
So we will move on to item 1.2, adopt a proclamation recognizing the retirement of Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, Shelley Nelson. No fiscal impact. And I will read the proclamation. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the retirement of the Trinity County Director of Human Resources Risk Management, Shelley Nelson. Whereas Shelley started her career with Trinity County as an administrative clerk 2 on October 24, 2002, before promoting to a senior administrative clerk in March of 2004. Before the end of 2004, Shelley had promoted to Loss Prevention Specialist 1. On January 1st, 2006, Shelley promoted again to Loss Prevention Specialist 2, where she worked for 4 years. In January 2010, Shelley promoted once more to Risk and Loss Prevention Manager. Shelley served in this position until her final promotion to Director of Human Resources and Risk Management on April 14th, 2017. And whereas upon her appointment as Director of Human Resources Risk Management, Shelley was tasked with creating and building human resources risk management as a standalone department, and she did so thoroughly and professionally by developing relationships with all departments within the county. And whereas Shelley displayed a high level of professionalism and integrity on every challenge she was faced with, her kindness and interaction with others was always with class and grace. And whereas Shelley was able to look at all sides of any situation and provide thoughtful support to employees, staff, and the county as a whole, as they navigate the very complex and difficult matters. And whereas Shelley is a trusted expert in the field and she possesses unquestionable ethical standards, and whereas despite the fact that the last 2 years of her career were plagued with the chaos of the COVID-19 pandemic, Shelley always maintained a positive attitude and was more than willing to lend a hand when and where needed. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County recognizes Shelley for her dedication and years of service to Trinity County and wishes her the very best in retirement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Cox? Aye. Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. I will.
We'll get a whole one afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a big prepared speech, but I do want to thank all of you for this. This is very moving and yeah, kind of a little unexpected, but thank you very much. I'll have a lot of time to reflect back on all my years here. I haven't had a lot of time to do that. We've just been, working with our sleeves up on a day-to-day basis all the way to the end. And I can very much say that I have nothing but very fond memories of everything that I've done here. In the past 20 years, we have had some challenges and we've had some really great times, but through all of them, I'll always remember how we've worked back as a team. We've always pulled together and accomplished really positive, great things. And I know it will continue. This is a great county. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank my friends and my family and colleagues for all being here too. That was very sweet. Thank you.
You're not standing in front.
Okay. Like this.
Official business. All right, moving on. Clerk of the Board, item 1.3, receive an update from U.S. Forest Service representatives regarding matters of interest in Trinity County. Do we have U.S. Forest Service representatives here?
Chairman Fisher, I don't see them. I think this was kind of a standing item that started before Emma left and it just carried over. I hadn't had a confirmation that they had a presentation for us. So I'll definitely look into that before the next board meeting.
Okay, not a problem. All right, if we don't have anyone from Forest Service, we will move on and open the public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment?
Good morning. My name is Christine Edwards. I am I'm the president of TASA, Trinity Animal Shelter Auxiliary, also a concerned citizen. And I'm here to ask, I know all of you have been getting letters in the mail or email regarding the animal shelter and what's going on down there. I'm here today to ask for more staff, another full-time employee. Last year, 925 animals entered the shelter and over 200 calls regarding animals came from the public. Over 2,000. Without enough staff, the shelter does not open on time and they're closed for the day. And this happens a lot. Not being open, the adoptions go down and the revenue goes down. Since the staff is so busy cleaning and feeding, the animals are not getting the attention they need to be trained or socialized to help them get adopted. The licensings are not being done. Other paperwork that brings in revenue is not being done. So, and then when the public goes down there to adopt or do something, it's closed. So, and who loses from this would be the animals and the revenue. We're losing revenue when it's closed, and the animals are suffering for not being adopted. Sheriff Saxon told our group at our meeting that he had asked for another shelter employee, but the Board of Supervisors do not want to fund this position. We would like to see a full-time shelter worker and also keep the 3 part-times. There are volunteers that help at the shelter and we do the best we can, but we still need more staff. There are only 3 part-time employees that only make minimum wage and only work 19 hours a week. Now that most of the shelters in the state are no-kill, all the shelters are overcrowded and the rescues are no longer taking our animals out of the shelter to be adopted out, or other shelters taking our animals. It's not happening anymore due to overcrowding. With the rest to overcrowding. So I ask that the next board meeting, the next budget meeting, that you really look at this, because we need a full-time person down there. Animal control needs to not be help cleaning as much down there and get out on the streets and deal with the public and what's going on. So all I can do is ask that you guys get a full-time shelter worker. It's going to be less money than hiring another animal control officer. I think it'd be benefit to get and makes the public happy and the animals. So, oh, there's a time up there. I didn't even notice that. So that's why I'm here today. And I really appreciate some help down there. And then let's get the animal control out there to deal with the public calls that have been coming in. Because as a tax member, I still get people calling us. We're a rescue. We continued. I handed her a paper and it shows you we gave over 25,000 last year just to help with the shelter animals and stuff. So we are for the animals' rights, and that's why we're here today. We want the animals to get the best treatment and adoptions they can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I did it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pepper Ray, and I agree with Christine. I'm with TASA. I'm going to have to read because I'm very nervous with glasses. Oh, you're also good looking. Okay. I agree with Christine. I would like to add that these shelter employees only get paid $15.04 an hour. They work only 19 hours a week and get no benefits. The staff not only feeds the animals, they give them vaccinations, the required vaccinations, medication, and deal with vicious dogs and other wild animals. They also work in the office licensing pets, answering the phone, and processing paperwork that brings in revenue for the shelter. Last year, they worked during the fires and were not paid overtime. They also worked during COVID. So when I read bonus money had been given out to the deputy correctional officers and animal control officer, why was the shelter staff overlooked? Why weren't they given a bonus too? When animals are evacuated during the fires, they work very hard 24/7 sometimes to keep the animals safe. I don't want to see any of the shelter staff leave due to exhaustion and being shamefully underpaid. Also, with the prices of gas, there are some who can't even afford to drive to work. So please ask the sheriff to give the shelter staff at the very least a bonus and/or a raise. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Judy Lorenz, and some of what I have written is redundant to what has been said, but I want to read it all. The shelter needs another employee and raises for current employees. I would like to know why the CAO and the auditor have not let the animal shelter raise their fees. We were told the ACO had turned in the paperwork over 2 years ago. Still, the fees have not been raised. These new fees could help pay for another employee. The auditor was asked why the change has not been done. We were told it was up to the CAO and they were too busy. Then new paperwork was given to the CAO to fill out. She turned it in, yet it's been months and still no response. The shelter's fees are very low compared to other counties. Again, the shelter needs are tossed aside. It is remarkable what the shelter's employees accomplish, but they can only do so much. We can't afford to lose them. Finally, the shelter animals need to be fed, watered, cages cleaned, exercised, human contact. Lack of volunteers, lack of hours worked by 2 employees is not enough to give these animals the care they deserve. Think of these animals, then think of your pets. Board of Supervisors, please take action on this matter. Thank you.
Terry Mines, Junction City. The economy is kind of tanking, and I don't think that's just Trinity County anymore. I learned something interesting. It's kind of bizarre, but obviously true. Trinity County was part of the only area in the last 12 months that didn't go up in value for the property. It actually went down. It's the only place in the United States. It's almost unbelievable, but it's not your guys' fault, but it was a statistic that kind of plays into what's happening and what's going to happen. And I know with the cannabis industry specifically, the economy is a place where sometimes that can thrive like alcohol. So it's actually an opportunity, possibly. Not sure, but I think historically it's been an opportunity for that industry. I think it'd be important if we tried to focus on that, because it's going to get tough right now, unfortunately. I mean, this is a tough community. It's dealt with poverty, obviously, for quite a while. But I think there's an opportunity that could possibly be here right now. Not sure how much, but possibly. So I think it would be good to focus on just staying the course and trying to get it achieved. You know, just whatever it needs to get done, I think. It's okay.
Sorry.
No worries. I'm not worried about it. I just think, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on because I haven't been able to make all these ad hoc meetings and stuff. I just know that, you know, we need to just, we're always like a little slow, and I don't know if there's anything that we can do to maybe speed some of that up. It'd probably be a positive idea. Just based on this could be an opportunity, and I don't know if there's going to be many more for a while for the whole US or the world even. It looks like we're going pretty tail spinning right now, unfortunately. That was just, you know, that's it. I just think, you know, kids need to have an opportunity here, and in the future, that might be it. You know, it's going to be weird. You guys have a good day.
Any further public comment?
Hi, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I am here today as a private citizen to request of the supervisors. I don't know what kind of training new planning commissioners get, but as someone who regularly attends their meetings and have for the last 5 years, I've kind of watched it go down into a asking for friends moments. The last meeting was hard to watch to the supervisor or commissioner, sorry, where so I was approached by a constituent. They're appointed, you have constituents, and they want to know why someone's particular project, one cannabis, one not, wasn't moving along. In the meantime, we're starting to put big things in front of them, ordinances, and as we move into general plan, some new zoning. And they're all very bright people. I know most of them. I want to thank you, Supervisor Groves, Carol Fall, and the board for appointing her. She asks some really smart land use questions, environmentally sound questions, solid planning questions, because they represent your district, but they also represent all of Trinity County. And I would hope that as they go into these bigger discussions, they can remember those things. They're not asking questions like Carol and Duncan as well sometimes. Do you have a map of the overlay? How many commercial properties are in inventory in that category? You know, do we have water reports? I was approached by a constituent and they want to know why they don't have their project moved forward. And it's even something today, which I hope I can be here for, but I got to work, is we're going to let the board, it was said, we'll let the Board of Supervisors figure this out. So if there is some kind of training they get or review or maybe sit down, just to help them remember that it's about the big picture as well. And I can appreciate them looking out for the district that they're from, but it's starting to degrade into helping a friend out. It sounds like, it appears to be. And you know, I didn't always agree with things happening at the Planning Commission when I was before them, but that's how it goes. But I always felt like they were looking at everything, and it's starting to feel weird now. And we're getting ready to go into general plan. And there's going to be some big things. It's one thing for one specific project, but they're going to start looking at things for the whole county. And I know there's been talk of a binder. I don't know if Todd ever got that. I don't know what the training is, but maybe just be reminded it's for the whole county, and also making sure that projects are moving forward. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right. Do we have any on Zoom?
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, with that, we'll close the public comment and move on to reports and announcements. Item 2.1, reports from department heads. Any department heads wish to report out?
Chair, I have a report from the Director of Cooperative Extension, Mr. Larry Ferrero. As you noticed, we will have a proclamation for him July 6th for his retirement. He is retiring on June 29th, and he provided me a report that I'd like to share with the board. So currently, he says that they are recruiting for a community health and nutrition advisor to serve Shasta Trinity and Tehama counties, and in community economic development advisor to serve Humboldt, Del Norte, and Trinity counties. They've also been allocated a forest advisor position to serve Shasta, Trinity, Siskiyou counties. They hope to be recruiting in the late fall, early winter. They will also be working on a position justification for a livestock natural resource advisor to serve Shasta, Trinity counties in the next month. So he expects to continue with the administrative functions let's see. Yes, so he's working with the cooperative extension just to kind of ensure a smooth transition with his departure. So I will be keeping the board posted on the updates for that department. Okay.
Thank you. Any other department heads that wish to report out?
Good morning, Shelley Nelson, HR Director. Just wanted to report that tomorrow is actually my last day physically in the office. I'm going to be deferring to Letty to discuss during the CAO reports, my interim replacement. The staff that are in that office are phenomenal. We have been working very hard this last year, cross-training as much as we can with the hours that we've had so that all the wheels keep moving as smoothly as possible. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, report from County Administrative Officer.
Okay. So I'm really happy to announce, although it's very bittersweet with Shelley leaving, we have hired an interim director for human resources, and it's Mr. Ryan Rowe, and he is actually in the audience this morning. Ryan, if you could stand up. So Mr. Ryan Rowe comes with a very extensive background with human resources. He comes from Mono County, which is another small county, and has quite a bit of experience working with our current county council. So it's going to be a pleasure to work with him. He's got extensive experience with CalPERS and just a lot of the basic processes we have as a small county. So he will be representing human resources. So welcome, Ryan.
All right. Reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. You want to start us out, Keith?
Sure. Last week, a very busy week for me. I was double and triple booked most of the week. Started off, we had the airport, our airport commission meeting, which has been long overdue. We're supposed to meet quarterly. I don't know. I'll ask Jill this. Did we meet last year once? Once. So in a year and a half, we've met. This was the second time. A lot of issues brought up. We learned that Panos, saying that right? Is going to be the new airport manager. So he's going to get this all straightened out and back and running again. And so there was a lot of different issues that have hung out there for years that we need to get rolling again. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I had 24 hours of Zoom meetings on river restoration. In that time also had a meeting with the NRA forest supervisor, or not forest supervisor, but district supervisor for the NRA, and got caught up on issues pertaining to the lake area. The TMC meetings, pretty disappointing in my world. We had our refinements meeting on Tuesday, and quite frankly, I see absolutely, well, I won't say absolutely, but very little benefit that's taken place for this year of refinements. It looks to be business as normal when this is done. So I had hoped for bold and exciting change, and that's just not happening. Wednesday and Thursday were the standard TMC meeting. So I'll let Liam got some good news. He worked hard and got some good stuff. So I'll let him report out on that. Then of course we had the ad hoc on Thursday. And so that was my week. Any questions? No, okay.
All right, Supervisor Cox.
I had a pretty typical couple of weeks, and I don't have anything truly remarkable to report out, so I think I'll yield the time.
This was also a fairly easy 2 weeks for myself. I didn't have any meetings except ad hoc, so have nothing to report. Guess we'll move on to Liam.
Good afternoon. Same long week that Keith had. I think Keith's maybe in a little bit longer, but we did have between TMC and TRRP 32, 40, 35 hours of meetings. It was all Zoom meetings, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, at least 8 hours a day. I would concur with Keith that the refinements process, which has been broken up into two groups. I'm on the science side of that refinement process. Keith is on, Supervisor Groves is on the Word document program. And we finally converged, we'll say, this last week. We kind of saw what they were doing. They saw what we were doing. And I will agree with Keith. It's underwhelming that what we have been through. I think it's been about a year or so, Keith. Is that about right?
Yeah, a little over, yes.
Yeah, a year. It seems like forever. And I don't know if anybody realizes the amount of time that TMC lead or alternate puts in on this subject, but it's an amazing amount of time we have to spend on this, all for the good of the river and Trinity County. So after a year, and we didn't really know what they were doing, they didn't know what we were doing. We came together, and it's kind of going to be this aha moment here. Look at this. This is going to be the big thing here. And as Keith said, extremely underwhelming. We have a outside neutral consultant from the Headwaters program is leading this. They are the leading restoration consultant in the country. They don't have any dog in this race, and they're leading our group. And although they don't say it, I'm sure Keith feels it like I do, that they are underwhelmed with our performance as Trinity River Restoration Program is just wholly underperforming. I hate to say it any other way. The proof is in the pudding. It's in the fish. It's in everything. They spent almost $300 million restoration over the last 20 years to the demise of this fishery. So that took up, I don't know how Keith did all the rest of that stuff that week, but that was monumental for Keith. I also had a meeting with Letty Panos, Patrick Connell, and Ed Priestley about the Oregon Gulch project and the Sky Ranch Road, the condition of it after they take the tailing piles from Sky Ranch Road and take them up to Eagle Rock. That's a continuing discussion. I think Panos has a meeting set up with Caltrans this week or next. So we'll get to that and get to look at the road and make sure it's left in at least as good as condition or better than they started the project in. There will be 29,000 or so truckloads of tailing piles over the next 3 years coming out of Sky Ranch going up to Eagle Rock. We're concerned about the traffic, stopping of traffic, trucks entering the highway, etc. So I think it was really good to see Panos's concern about this compared to the concern that was happening before that. Also, I think we're going to talk about it a little bit later. So Letty, would you like me to talk about the negotiation of the raise for one of our employees?
Well, it's not technically a raise for the employee. It's
Or-
more of the additional funding that will
Yes,
be,
yeah.
yes. Yes, you can share the proposed increase.
So the
That's fine.
proposed increase, Dr. Coons had estimated about $95,000 for our environmental compliance specialists for the county, of which 75% is paid for by Trinity River Restoration Program. The remainder of it comes out of the general fund or some like fund the county pays. So the initial projection for the pay was $95,000. After we looked at it a little harder, the real pay should be $136,397, a difference of about $40,000 or so dollars. So in a couple hours of negotiations on Thursday, I think it was, we, myself and all the TMC members negotiated for several hours to get that bumped up to the 136 number. Trinity River Restoration Program had already adopted their budget. They did not want to change their budget, and thus they wanted to stay at $95,000. I came back with, understandably so, I know you can't go back and change the numbers in your budget. So let's take the difference between 195 and the 136 and throw it on top of next year's budget for a total of 186 they'll be paying the county next year. And they agreed upon that after going round and round and round and back and forth and 2 hours of talk. We got that done, which was a big accomplishment for the county and money saved. The entirety of this contract will bring in $750,000 to Trinity County through our environmental compliance specialists. After it was all said and done, we worked it out year to year. Got hold of Letty. Mike Dixon from Trinity River Restoration Program sent a printed, updated budget with the things I just talked about in their budget. And then the next day, I get an email that I forwarded to Letty that says, "Oh, we can't do this next year because you should have had a proposal in already." So as we sit here right now, when I get back from Alaska, I think myself, Letty, and a couple others will sit down with Mike Dixon from Trinity River Restoration Program and find out some way that they will be able to pay us what our environmental compliance specialists should be paid next year. One way or the other, we will get the 136. And then the following year after that, that pay will go to 144. And then the last 3 years of a 5-year contract, it'd be 146,300 for a total the value of the 5-year contract being $720,225 coming into the county. And that will be paid to us by Trinity River Restoration Program. So we made some really good headways. We fought hard. We spent hours going round and round. Got everything signed, sent, delivered, new budget sent to us, Letty. And then the next day there was as Keith would know, there was a TRP moment where Mike Dixon said, "Oh my gosh, can't do that." I know Keith's never heard that before. So back to the drawing board we go, but we will figure this out. Promises have been made. We deserve it. We will get it in the long run. And it's a big thing for the county. $750,000 is a lot of money. We need it and we deserve it. So we'll get that done when I get back, and Letty and Ed and Patrick Connell, a few other folks will be there, and we'll win the war, but it's going to take another week. And that was about it for myself. And I just want to say, it doesn't sound like a lot of work that Keith did. It sounds like a lot of work that Keith did last week. Between just doing 33 hours of TRP and TMC Zoom meetings, the other stuff that he threw in on top of that, ad hoc and all the other airport, I don't know how I got done. I really don't. So congratulations to Keith on sticking it out. He and I both know the restoration TMC thing is just I guess Keith and I would describe it as a dog and pony show. Keith could describe it as what he likes. But it's been very trying on both of us with little results at the end. So I congratulate Keith for doing all that and everything else he did. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, I'd like to add something, and I apologize.
Go ahead.
That just for the board's information, so the refinements process is, to change the TMC into a more streamlined, more effective organization. And it's an agreement that we've been working on. So, but for the board information, that agreement comes to the board as a whole to either approve or disapprove of that. So it's not just Liam or I waving our hands. That's a county agreement.
Thank you for clarity. Supervisor Brown.
No out of county travel, nothing to report out.
All right. Thank you. We will move on to the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted on by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Do any members of the board or staff have any items they would request to be pulled?
Mr. Chair, I need to pull 3.5.
All right. And any others? Hearing none, would anyone care to make a motion on the balance of the consent agenda?
I'll move to accept the consent agenda minus 3.5.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Aye, sorry.
Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, 3.5 is subject on an alcohol license that my business may or may not sell to this. So I will recuse myself.
All right. All right. Item 3.5, find no objection to the issuance of a daily alcoholic beverage license to the organization Unitas to serve alcoholic beverages at the rodeo to be held at Loudon Park in Weaverville, California on July 1st and 2nd, 2022. No fiscal impact.
I'll move to approve item 3.5 as presented.
I will second.
Chairman Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Item 3.5 is passed and we will move on. Anyone would need to take a break before we jump into public hearings? Are we good? Yes.
If possible, in light of the time frame, I wonder if we could move 4.2 public hearing above 4.1.
Fortunately, I don't think we can because that public hearing was noticed under our old time-specific public hearings, and it says it was noticed as being at 10 a.m. or soon thereafter. So I would defer to council, but I don't think we can actually hear it before 10 a.m.
That's correct. If it's noticed for 10 a.m., we have to hear it at or after.
So which one would that be? 4.2 is at 10 a.m.
Correct.
All right. So item 4.1 isn't under that restriction.
I'm not certain how that one was noticed. To be honest, I would defer to the department on that. I only know that 4.1 was because solid waste reached out to me and said, hey, I was able to get one of the notices changed, but the most recent one said it at 10 a.m. What kind of problems are we going to have? And I told her the only issue we have is we just have to ensure that we don't hear it before 10 a.m. Let me check the backup on 4.1.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I suggestion, we can do the 5 series until 10 o'clock here, solid waste, and then go to cannabis, because I would assume cannabis is going to be longer. That you were.
Yeah, I think we can probably get most lists, the 5s done by 10 o'clock. So we will do that. Let's move into county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request an item be heard out of order. Any request to hear any of the 5 series out of order? Hearing none, we'll move into item 5.1. Adopt a resolution which adopts the preliminary budget of fiscal year 22-23, including reserves, enterprise fund, and dependent special districts in the amount of $134,276,950.
Okay, this item is specifically for our county operations to be operating in the fiscal year 21-22 budget before the official 22-23 budgets are adopted. So this allows the county to continue operating with those funds.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of CAO before I open the public comment? All right, do we have any public comment on item 5.1?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I would move to adopt 5.1 as presented.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Could we get a timing on the actual budget adoption later for the public's information?
So we will conduct departmental budget meetings starting on July 7th. And then we will open budget hearings on September 20th, I believe, somewhere right around there. Sorry. September 21st. budget hearings will start. And then the final budget will be adopted following budget hearings on or before October 2nd, as required by the County Budget Act.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5.2. Discuss and or change the regular Board of Supervisors meetings from July 5th, 2022 to July 6th, 2022. No fiscal impact.
Chair, this item was requested from a board member in light of the 4th of July holiday weekend. It is requested to have that day after the 4th of July to have time to review board items. So moving it to July 6th would allow for staff to be assisting and answering any questions.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions of staff?
That's normally our policy. Chris, you weren't part of this, but do we know why? Did we just miss that when we did the calendar?
So it isn't actually in any of our written policies. It was a practice that we had done for a few years. The schedule that went before you guys at this last meeting, there was a discussion in admin to change all of the meetings back to be on the Tuesdays, first and third Tuesdays, for scheduling for all other regular meetings, because when it tends to cause confusion at times for staff and the public when we say, well, we meet on the first and third Tuesday, but if it follows a holiday, then it just requires a lot of extra. It requires more attention being paid to the schedule. And it potentially could cause scheduling conflicts for department heads and staff and or board members for regularly scheduled meetings that maybe fall on the first or third Wednesday of any given month. So the schedule that was presented to you guys in, I think it was November or December for adoption for this calendar year, had them all on Tuesdays. And
Okay, so I missed it.
that was what you guys adopted.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions? Do we have any public comment on item 5.2?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll close the public comment, bring it back to the board.
I would move to adopt 5.2 as presented.
I will second.
And I'd like a little bit of discussion if we could. I am that board member that requested it. And I did have a chat with Emma after we had adopted the original calendar. And then we ran into this, I don't remember which holiday it was, that fell on a Monday. And she said, oh, whoops, we just missed it. So I'm not sure what all of the discussion was surrounding that, but just going forward, I would appreciate it if the board could maybe have this discussion and maybe set a policy where there might be, okay, we have to change our calendar a little bit when we weigh that in the balance of there are 0 business days to connect with staff or the CAO about something that comes out on the agenda. I don't think it's worth it. I think we need that extra day in order to have those conversations, and it creates the potential for a whole lot more conflict than just having to wiggle your calendar a little bit a couple of times a year. So I would hope that we would have that conversation in the future.
And Jill, I'd say that I think the appropriate time to have that conversation would be annually when we bring the regular meeting schedule to the board for adoption, because we do that every year towards the end of the calendar year, and we bring a meeting schedule to you to adopt for the upcoming calendar year.
So I think where the confusion might lie is that I was under the impression that that was just normal practice, that if there was a Monday holiday, you moved it to Wednesday. I didn't know that that was just something that kind of happened. So I'd like to see
It
it
was just a
be,
practice and not a policy.
yeah, I'd like to see it be a
So
policy.
it would just need to, it's something that would be directed when we adopt that annual meeting schedule to move, because we're going to present it to you with first and third Tuesdays, because that's what our ordinance says that we meet on, is the first and the third Tuesdays of every month. So that's how we're going to present it to you. If at that time, this board desires to move those meetings, then you're going to adopt that meeting schedule, moving this one to the Wednesday and that one to the Wednesday, and that would be the adopted meeting schedule for the calendar year.
Okay.
So it's an ordinance or it's a policy?
We currently have an ordinance that sets board meetings for the first and third Tuesday. Members are at CSAC that week before when they would be trying to prepare the agenda. So that meeting has typically been canceled. That is a regularly scheduled meeting, but because we adopt that meeting schedule, it is no longer considered that.
Conversations once we approach the calendar, I think.
We've also traditionally not done the first week in July.
Thank you. That was another one that we've canceled in the past regularly, but without having that regularly.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox, Supervisor Brown,
Aye.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Grants, item 5.3. Receive an overview of the county homelessness action plan.
This morning, I'm here to gather some public input on the homelessness action plan that you have in front of you. This is a 9-tabled document, and in front of you is just 3 tables of the 9 tables that are required by the state for public input. This is a piggyback on the county's homelessness plan that we adopted about 4 years ago. This template itself is homelessness housing assistance program and a new program called HIP, which is administered through our managed care plan. This is a requirement from the state. It's bubbling up at a state level that counties and cities are going to be held responsible moving forward for their homeless numbers and decreasing those numbers. So this is our preliminary, if you will, attempt at addressing how we're going to do that given available and future resources. So I'm not going to go through each of the tables, but to increase our capacity to serve by hiring additional staff in the housing department using some county medical services program funding that we attained our manager Chantel in meeting the health and life outcomes. In addition to building capacity, we need to increase our shelter beds or where we place folks. We all know that we have a housing crisis. How are we to assist those folks with no income and multiple barriers to being housed? And the way we're doing that is through leveraging and braiding multiple resources. That is primarily what is in these tables. There's multiple steps planning that we're attempting to do over the next 3 to 5 years. It's all based on grant revenue. Look forward to your support and any input that you might have to the plan.
Any questions or?
These 2 ladies are working and scrambling like crazy to try to stay ahead of the curve and figure out why are we doing the things that we are doing? What are the outcomes that we need to see from this? And what's it going to take, you know, commitment wise? I read a startling article about kind of the history of San Francisco in this process. Of course, they're ahead of us. And, you know, it's daunting. And so I appreciate what you're doing, both of you. I trust you implicitly. I'm grateful that you are so well read and educated on it and working tirelessly to figure it out. And you both know you have my support to help figure it out in any way that we can. So I just thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Returned, coming back to work for the county, I've heard nothing but accolades on what great partnerships they've developed and created with our different agencies, with social services, behavioral health and law enforcement. That is tremendous. And I really am impressed. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Supervisors Brown or Gogan, do you guys have anything to add or any questions?
something as a board member to help the process along. Besides, broader comments. If I assume you're getting all the assistance from the state that you're inquiring on and things like that. But if you're not, please let me know. That's about all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats or comment on that item.
Yeah, I was looking at it and wondering if we even had public comment on it. It wasn't an action item, was it? So, all right. Human resources.
Reviewed all the needs, put this together. We met and conferred with the union, and I'm bringing it to you today. We do have a myriad of contractors that we could reach out to if we need to do that, and put those in place. We're still in the development process of that, as well as meeting and conferring in the future with allowing, if there's employees that have certification and ability to communicate with those in those languages. Those are some of the different things that we're looking at through this policy. But the departments would first have to create or perform a analysis of the need and the percentage of the need to support, the need of having that in their department.
Any questions?
So is this mainly looking at how using contractors, or is this a means of hiring interpreters within house?
We have not demonstrated the need of having an employee as an interpreter at this time. So I think the initial response would be bringing in an interpreter via a contract. And then ultimately, once the departments have established which languages are in needs and having personnel that are bilingual or multilingual would be the ideal situation.
Okay.
It would be hard, I think, to support a person strictly for interpretive services based on the myriad of different languages we may need.
Depending on which department you're in, I think.
Correct. And what their need is. Yeah.
And I have mentioned at one time that the county does have a tele-language interpreter services contract where they do operate through, at least when I was in social services, it was through the phone, but they may be doing Zoom now. But it is a service that is provided through a contract with the county that we currently have as social services. So I'm sure we could partner in that.
I guess I'm just kind of visualizing somebody coming up to one of the different departments and how clunky that could get. Having to weed them through if you're in the records or cannabis or building.
Right. So I think each department is going to have to take time to analyze, which is addressed in here, what the needs are and how that will look for them. This is simply stating that we will make an effort to provide the service if it's needed.
I guess my one caution is that if the service was available, the needs would probably go way up. As it is today, people with those limited English skills are bringing other people in. They're bringing their own interpreters or sending that. So we may not realize how big the need is.
That is very true. Yeah, I have found what little issues that we've had just in our own department. I have contracted to have an interpreter be there, but they tend to often bring friends and family who they trust as well to be there as well. But I think you're definitely going to want to have someone who's certified and cleared that they're communicating accurately what we're legally trying to communicate. So that the need is important.
Thank you.
Any further questions from board? All right. Guess we will open up public comment on item 5.4.
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. With that, we will close the public comment and bring it back to the board.
I'll move to adopt 5.4 as presented.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have one question for Shelley. Is it legal to bring? Are you good, Dan? Is it legal to bring in a second interpreter to interpret the interpreter?
Expensive.
I mean, if you bring a friend or a neighbor or a relative, we'll say.
I'm going to defer to council on that question, but I know people can bring people with them, a representative, but I don't know that it's to confirm our interpreter.
Yeah,
Is-
I would, this is Sophie Meyer. I would agree with that. I mean, if we're paying for an interpreter, we're going to make sure that they're certified and that they meet all the qualifications to be an interpreter. But if they want to bring an additional person and it's an appropriate situation for them to do that, they're entitled to do so. We just
I
wouldn't
guess,
pay for it.
I guess the main question is, I'm sure our interpreter is competent, but what the other interpreter, their friend, neighbor, relative may interpret to them may not be exactly what our interpreter interpreted to their friend, neighbor, relative.
The county's interpreter should be interpreting directly to the client or the public member that we're addressing. If the client or public member chooses to bring an additional representative with them, they're certainly welcome to do that. But our interpreter would, I think, be kind of an extension of our public official sharing that, the government's information that we're providing them and direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Fraser.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. I guess let's just plow right on through these and finish this up. Item 5.5, authorize a step increase from A to B for the following permanent part-time employees of the Sheriff's Office Animal Control Division effective July 1, 2022. Employee ID number 02134, employee ID number 02182, and employee ID number 02461. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for 2 animal care attendants, non-perishable. At A step is $2,889 and at B step is $3,032. And 1 animal care attendant perishable at A step is $2,024 and at B step is $2,123.
So the Sheriff's Department currently has 3 what we call permanent part-time employees that are working less than 20 hours a week. And the county code dictates that if you work less than 20 hours per week, you're not entitled to step increases like other employees who are working 20 hours or more and follow the step increases A, B, C, D, E, and F, G for longevity. So these 3 permanent part-time employees have been working as animal care attendants for the Trinity County Animal Shelter. One has been 2.5 years and the others have been up to 7 years. And, as I said, they've not been entitled to these step increases, and they're also not entitled to benefits. One of the 3, I have in my staff report, I'm kind of giving you a demonstration of what I've already said. About 6 months, they would receive a 5% merit factory evaluation, and then another 12 months, they would receive another 5% increase going to C, and then every year thereafter, you continue to progress up the ladder. So in order to recognize and compensate these employees for their hard work and commitment to working for the county and the community, the department would like to provide them a step increase from A to B, which is an equivalent of 5%.
Anyone have any questions of Shelley?
23. The 2020
Week times approximately 4 weeks, depending on the month. Yeah,
and they're not getting benefits.
So the one that the A step is 2024, they also worked for, that's that difference.
And the top one, the non-perishable, are they same?
And I used 50%,
But what? Unless,
50 meaning half.
right. But 3,000 divided by 80 is $37 an hour.
So they're receiving minimum wage, just a hair above minimum wage, 15
Or is
something
that
an
the
hour.
total for the two?
That was a total of the two.
Total for the two.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Plus,
So the top one is a total of the 2 employees that are non-PERSable, and the other one is a single employee that is PERSable. So you have a total cost for the month to that department.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other technical questions, Shelley?
Yeah, I have a technical question, Shelley. This is Liam Gogan. Is there any way, since this is attached to the sheriff's department, that we could reach out to them and get them a retention bonus? I know the staff is dwindling down to almost nothing. I don't know where the money would come from, but I think they're well deserving, as the sheriff's department was, of some sort of retention bonus, so we don't lose good people in our animal shelters.
So
That would
I
be-
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead, Shelley.
definitely appreciate your comments. They are a different unit. They're the general unit from the same bargaining unit. I think it's important to evaluate all of that as a whole. I believe the last board meeting, you had asked the CAO to bring back some options for retention bonuses for employees and options for you to consider. So it might be prudent to evaluate it as a whole before you make a quick decision. But that would certainly be at your pleasure.
Yes, and Supervisor Gogan, we are still working on the spending plan for the ARP funds, the American Rescue Plan. And we are considering all general employees, so it will be factored into our recommendations or proposals to the board in the near future.
And Shelley,
CAO Garza, thank you very much. Same with you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
this comes out of the sheriff's budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so the sheriff has asked for this to happen.
Correct.
Okay, just needs board approval to do what he wants.
Correct.
Got it.
Right, any other technical questions? Saying none, we'll open item 5.5 to public comment.
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I'll move to accept 5.5 as adopted or as presented.
Supervisor Brown or Gogan, do you want to jump in? Okay, I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Supervisor
Yeah.
Cox,
Do you have further discussion, Jeremy?
No, I don't.
Okay,
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Fraser.
Aye.
Thank you.
all right. Item 5.6, since Shelley's standing up there, let's get this one done too. Take the following action regarding the personnel analysis 1 and 2 classifications. 1, approve the revised job descriptions and revised salary ranges for personnel and analyst 1 at range N215 and a personnel analyst 2 listings of classifications effective July 1st, 2022. And 3, adopt a resolution establishing salaries and benefits for non-representative general classifications. 4, adopt a resolution establishing salaries and benefits for non-representative management classifications. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for personnel analyst 1 management at A step is $9,183. And for personnel analyst 1 general at A step is $7,584. For a personnel analyst 2, management at A step is 9,869. And for a personnel analyst 2, general at A step is 8,283.
Okay, so these classifications have actually been vacant for many years, and I was reviewing everything in HR listings, and it was discovered that the actual job descriptions for the personnel analyst 1 and 2 were both listed as non-exempt classifications. And exempt has a criteria checklist through the FLSA that you must meet in order to be considered management and exempt. So what we had also noticed, though, was that the salary range that they were assigned to was the exempt non-rep management salary range. After careful review of the actual duties of these classifications, I know that they do not meet exempt requirements and needed to be revised on the salary schedules and the resolutions. So the required changes are: 1, we revised the personnel analyst 1 and 2 job description to reflect changes simply of who the staff reports to, because that older job description was still referring them to the CAO instead of an HR director. And under definition and examples of important and essential duties, we just added performs basic work in payroll and health benefits, because that is what has evolved in that department. 2 is we wanted to change the personnel analyst salary range from the management X234 to the non-rep general N215, and the 2 from the management X242 to the non-rep general N225. And then finally, number 3 and 4 is simply removing the classification from the non-rep management resolution and adding it to the non-rep general resolution.
Any questions of Shelley? All right, seeing none, we will open the public comment on item 5.6.
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, close public comment and bring this back to the board.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Fraser?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shelley. Now, going in reverse. Public hearings. All right, let's go ahead and jump into item 4.2. Solid waste. 4.2, conduct a public hearing to consider taking action on protests regarding the number of units charged to residences or businesses for the solid waste annual parcel fee. No impact to general fund, potential reduction in revenues in the amount of $100 per equivalent unit to the solid waste enterprise fund.
Good morning, Diane Rader, Deputy Director of Solid Waste. This is the public hearing that is our second in the series for our billing cycle, and it is for protesting units billed. We set the fees in March, and we send out the bills twice, mind you, due to a printing error. So that's something to note, actually. If people are still confused about having 2 bills, then the second bill was the one with the correct dates on it. So we have billed out the annual fees, and we've tried to resolve what issues we could on it. If people had questions about the units billed, and if there were some that were different than what the assessor had or what was in our records. And we have resolved everything except for the one that's attached to this item that is a protest for reducing the number of fees billed. The fees are based on the units derived from the land use volumes of waste generated by the different land uses and applicable refuse generation in units, which when we're looking at those fees, then it takes a combination of information to be able to estimate what those units can be guessing at what the generation of trash and the system, what it does to the solid waste system. And the benefit assessment is something billed to help defray the costs of operating the solid waste system. And it's the first part in the tier that goes along with the tipping fees that are paid when you actually access the transfer sites. And that is for general information, and it's a public hearing to conduct.
All right. I guess. Does anyone have any questions quickly?
So best as I could decipher what went on, you've got some kind of a process that you go through, that it's not just the location, it's what that location does. And you decide what that's worth. And this customer is feeling like it's just one location. And so that's the,
When the fees were estimated, then utilities and public agency type things that were not historically included in the benefit assessment. The board in 1990 decided that they should help defray the cost of the system because they were using it. And staff at that time, which was under Public Works, went through and determined that it was basically a 3-to-1 ratio just on the yards for utility type and maintenance type yards. What goes on top of that is we collect information on how many employees you have, what other types of things you're doing that are generating trash, because that's what impacts the system and what everybody has to share in the cost of keeping supporting so that we can keep transfer sites operating and the system running. Where I noticed I have to change my verbiage in this a little bit. It says also for the landfill closure and post-closure, which is now the post-closure maintenance of the landfill because it is closed, but there still is that cost that is also something that is shared in the solid waste system. Did that answer your question?
yes, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, we will open the public hearing on item 4.2.
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. We can close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. And what do we have any action item in this agenda item? That's my question.
We need to determine what the units are going to be billed for that is currently at 33 is billed. That has been the estimate that has been billed since 1990. So for 30 years, it's been 33 units. I have actual disposal numbers that I could use instead, since I didn't have all of the information to estimate the fee. I can go by just what goes through my disposal system that we do track, and I come up with a calculation that would come up to between 38 and 40 units instead of 33 units. And that's generally from, it's the trash that is generated by all sites for that operation.
So now that you have that more detailed, accurate information, will that be adjusted next year?
It would change it from how we're doing everyone. It's something that I'd like to look at the whole system and see if we need to, over the years, then we have started collecting more information, and it's probably time to look at it and see if we need to revamp how we're looking at it.
Mhm.
It's just, yeah, it's a next year project.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Diane, I'm still a little confused on the action that we're to take. So we have the one appeal.
I've billed at 33 units.
Right.
They are requesting that it be reduced to
10.
10, I believe, yes.
So, and you wrote them and said that you denied their first, and then they are bringing it to us today
Yes.
to look at that, but they chose not to give testimony. Is that where I'm at?
Yes, the letter is just their response.
Okay.
And given I couldn't tell them how the 33 units are exactly calculated because they are estimates and they were in a different department at that point. So I didn't have that detail to give them to help them understand the process. I tried a couple of times to expand on what I was asking, and they couldn't tie it into what the resolution said, so they didn't answer the questions.
So then let me ask this. The garbage that they pick up along the highways, is that considered into those 40 units? that you
That's
put in?
the 3 to, yes, it's in those numbers.
Okay. So what you're saying right now is what you believe that they're, I'm going to just use the 40 because 38 to 40
Yeah, it averages to about
is
40.
how much that they're using a present rate. So do we have the ability to raise it to 40 today?
You could, yes. If-
Okay, but since that would change, since nobody else has that direct, they would be the only ones with direct.
Correct.
So we have a policy that you feel very comfortable that they're using more than their share at this time.
Yes.
I would recommend we stay with what we've been charging, and then when we do review the fee schedules, we can review this to do any updates. But at this time, I wouldn't recommend going any higher than what they've been charged. It may cause more issues.
CAO turning down money? What?
Well, it's just, we have to be
I'm
careful.
teasing you. Don't need to go.
We have to be
Okay,
consistent.
I have enough information for myself. So we already went to the public hearing, right?
Yes, we
So I
did.
would make a motion to deny their appeal. If that's an appropriate motion.
And I would second.
Okay, do we have,
I've got a question, to Supervisor Brown.
all right,
This is from Caltrans, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
all right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Grove, seconded by Supervisor Cox to deny. Do we have any further discussion, competing motions, anything? Hearing none.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Now, because everybody has been so patient, let's take a short recess before we jump into item 4.1. So let's return here at 10:40. 10:40, just 10 minutes. We'll call the meeting back to order. Public hearings, cannabis, item 4.1. Conduct a public hearing and take the following actions regarding the establishment of regulations regarding cannabis storefront retail. 1, find the adoption and implementation of this ordinance to be exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, common sense exemption, which applies to the projects where the activity in question will not result in a significant effect on the environment. 2, direct whether it's cannabis storefront retail establishment should be allowed in each established opt-out area. 3, direct whether a cannabis storefront retail establishment should require a director's use permit in any zone. 4, introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance establishing Trinity County Code Section 17.43H regarding cannabis storefront retail, amending Trinity County Code Section 17.41 regarding marijuana cannabis dispensaries, and 17.42 regarding medicinal or medical cannabis cultivation regulations. 5, direct staff to develop and encourage retailers to implement a local first strategy, including criteria to promote locally grown cannabis and locally produced cannabis products to the greatest extent feasible. And 6, direct staff to file a CEQA notice of exemption within 5 days of this action. No fiscal impact. Director Connell.
Thank you, Chair Frazier, CAO Garza, supervisors, supervisors available on Zoom. My name is Sean Connell. I'm the Director of Cannabis here for Trinity County. I will say that I will be giving yet another very brief introduction and handing this off to our ordinance writer, Ms. Heidi Schuden. She is helping us out via a contract to adjust and bring forward ordinances so that way that I can focus on making sure that we're getting permits and things out the door. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Heidi. She is on Zoom and I will be sitting here taking notes and available for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Connell, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Schuden. I am a contract land use planner for Trinity County, and I'm pleased to present this cannabis storefront retail ordinance to your board. It would establish a new chapter 17.43H in the county's zoning code. The Planning Commission heard this item multiple times in 2020 and then again on April 7th of this year. And in the April meeting, the commission took a final action to move this forward to your board with a 3-2 recommendation to approve it. There were a number of key issues. I'd like to run through each of those quickly. The first had to do with opt-outs. The Planning Commission unanimously expressed that the board consider how storefront retail establishments would fit in established opt-out areas throughout the county. Opt-out regulations would be added as a new subsection C in this ordinance based on your direction today. With regard to setbacks and buffers, the Planning Commission deliberated required setbacks of 600 feet from sensitive site receptors if there's no on-site consumption, and 1,000 feet if there is on-site consumption allowed. And based on a straw poll, 3 of the commissioners voted in support of this, and 2 of the commissioners voted against it, preferring instead a 1,000-foot buffer applicable in both situations. The ordinance currently reflects the bifurcated buffer. And again, if your board wishes to change that, we can assist you with that today. The third item is the issue of conditional use permits. The Planning Commission deliberated whether to require a conditional use permit or a CUP, which would be heard by the Planning Commission for cannabis storefront retail use. Based on a straw poll, 3 of the commissioners voted that no CUP was necessary, and 2 of the commissioners voted in favor of requiring CUPs. In deliberating the possibility of requiring a CUP, the Planning Commission also discussed the possibility of requiring a DUP or a director's use permit, but they did not provide direction on this matter. Therefore, the ordinance is brought forward to you by the commission would allow cannabis storefront retail establishments as a ministerial or by right action with approval of the appropriate cannabis license. There would be no discretionary approval required the way it is currently written or drafted, except for the requirement for a director's use permit in the scenic conservation and/or in the special treatment overlay zones. Staff recommends the addition of a DUP requirement in any zone, which would require a discretionary approval and provide an opportunity for public noticing and input, and would eliminate the need to call out DUPs in those two identified overlay districts. Appeals of a director's use permit would go to the Planning Commission. The next issue had to do with restricting large industry influence and promoting local sources. The Planning Commission expressed unanimous support that the county seek to avoid corporate dispensaries and develop criteria that would promote local grown product, including development of a local first strategy. An action has been included in your staff recommendation to direct the staff to develop such a program. The last issue that I'll call out is having to do with removing the prohibition on medical dispensaries that's currently in your zoning code in chapter 17.41. The Planning Commission expressed unanimous support for this item. So in alignment with the recommendations of the Planning Commission and in order to comport the medical cannabis regulations to the proposed retail ordinance and other more modern commercial cannabis ordinances that you have in your zoning code, we've identified several changes to chapters 17.41 and 17.42. Now, I want to stress that these changes reflect only the basic changes that would be necessary to avoid a direct conflict between the retail storefront regulations and the two existing medical cannabis ordinances. As previously directed by your board, a more comprehensive review of the county's entire cannabis regulations, including both medicinal and commercial, is in their entirety is underway and will be brought forward for action at a later time. I do have a redlined version of sections 17.41 and 0.42 that matches up with the recommendations that are made in the draft ordinance before you that I can share by screen if that's helpful or necessary at any point in this hearing. So I'll conclude my staff report by summarizing the 6 recommended actions, which were to find the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA, to provide direction regarding retail stores and opt-out areas, to provide direction regarding use permits, to approve and waive the first reading of this ordinance, to direct staff to return with a local first strategy, and to direct staff to file a notice of exemption within 5 days after your final approval. That concludes my staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Heidi before we open the public comment?
I do. Good morning, Heidi. This is Jill.
Good morning.
Is the red line version you referred to the one that was in the backup data, or is it additional?
It was not in your staff report, and specifically what I'm referring to, well, I guess maybe that's a yes and no question, Supervisor. There's a section in the proposed draft code on page 6 of 8. It's actually section 3 of the proposed draft ordinance. And you do see some strikeout and redline there, but it's quite abbreviated, Supervisor. So what I was referring to is if there's any lack of clarity in these very abbreviated edits, I can put the entire ordinance up on the screen and show you how those fit in.
So let me ask you this question. I took this struck out version and I compared it to the original. And so I could see what you mean, and that's enough, right?
That is enough. That should be everything you need. My offer would only be if there was something that just wasn't clear or if it facilitated your board's discussion.
Got it. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, we will open the public hearing on item 4.1. Do we have any public that would like to have any input?
Hello, got the short girl. Hello, board. My name is Jennifer Henson. I have a small shop over in Arcata called Pacific Paradise. I'm here this morning because I feel like my mission is to destigmatize this and maybe touch on the fact of the opt-outs. When I use the word successful, in order for me to be successful, that means selling local products to your community. So when I say that, I mean about supporting everybody, not just myself. You know, I love to bring some products because this is my attempt to destigmatize. I pulled a report this morning on my way over that I thought might be interesting to you guys, that it looks like I am selling just as many edibles as I am flour. So I brought a few to show you what we sell in the store. I figure some of you that may have not ever been in a cannabis dispensary don't really know what you're going to see when you walk in there. First of all, I am the owner, so this is what you see as a business owner. And some of the products that we carry are the Papa and Barkley Balm, which people will come in and use on their skin when they have inflammation. Excuse me, I'm very nervous. Some chocolates that are made locally in Humboldt County by Papa and Barkley. These are solventless and not processed in any way. These are Space Jam, also made in Humboldt County. These are tiny little gummies, and these are what my mom uses to sleep at night. So when we talk about having access, we're not talking about people trying to find flour. We're talking about your community members who are using this as medicine. Another thing that we have is a CBD pre-roll. This guy will not get you high in any way. It's not psychoactive. It's like taking an ibuprofen. Just makes you calm down a little bit, takes the edge off any pain you may be having. The scariest thing that we have in my store is the flower. And this one is grown right here in Trinity County. Comes sealed, tamper-proof, child-proof. So these are the things you'll see on the shelf when you come in. My security guard during the day is my 75-year-old mom. She's the one that started me on this venture of having access to this, which she still doesn't have. So her husband has passed away. She's moved in with me and she is working the front door. 12 to 4, pats at the door is what we hear from the customers. I also want to let you know that to be successful, I need to be in a downtown area. Your community should not have to travel. My customers, 63% of them are over the age of 50, and they don't want to go to the outskirts of town and into a dark alley. They want to shop right next to where they're doing all their other shopping. Lastly, I see nothing about caps. That would really help protect any partnerships that you had with dispensary owners. We're being inundated in Humboldt County right now, and it is causing the shutdown of some locally owned dispensaries because corporate cannabis has come into town. And I guess security would be the only other concern I wanted to touch base on. I know that you guys are really worried about the children and them getting into the dispensary. I would like to say in 3.5 years, we have never had a small person try to get through our door. It just doesn't happen. When you are downtown, those children have their parents with them. It just doesn't happen. The teenagers, they don't try. They think that we have guards. They don't know it's just my mom, but they think we have guards at the door. They just don't even try. The ones that we have trouble with, as the owner, I show my ID when I come in the door, are just people of an older generation who don't think they need to prove their ID. Everybody has to show their ID. So as long as you don't have any ornery old farts, we won't have a problem at the door.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Bryant, and I'm a real estate broker. I've had a place in Douglas City up until a couple of years ago, and I'm in Reading currently, and I'm trying to come back. First, I want to say yay for this day. This is so long in coming, and thank you for finally getting us here. I am a stage 4 cancer survivor. I eat cannabis oil every day, and I am clean as a whistle. And I've been in remission since 2017. So I'm pretty impressed with cannabis. I've also used cannabis to help my mother who had a massive stroke because she started having seizures, and we kept her seizure free for over 3.5 years until she passed. I am currently purchasing a property in Junction City where I would love to build a bed and breakfast dispensary, little resort type of a thing right there on the Trinity River, about 8 miles from the proposed water park. But I just want to say that thank God this is finally happening. And I'm very happy to be part of the community and bring cannabis into mainstream because we can't save our cancer patients and keep it so stigmatized. It's crazy. And so I'm here to thank you for that. And I can't wait for Dr. Tammy to have the Red Barn open because the medical community in this, not just Trinity County, in other counties too, where they have foregone all of the medical. It's all about the money now. And that's very sad. And I want to thank you guys for not wanting the corporate stuff. It's time for some moms and pops, and it's time for some locals to have these businesses, not just these big corporate cookies and all this stuff where it's every town you have the same choice, nothing different. It's so commercialized. Also, I want to say that I have looked for almost a year to put a dispensary myself in Weaverville. There shouldn't be any restrictions because the churches and schools have already made it so that I can't find a place to buy or rent that will fall within your 1,000 or 600 feet, whatever you end up with. You guys will probably not have a dispensary in Weaverville because of the zoning requirements are so restrictive already.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, board. Carl Wampler, Hayfork. Good to see you guys. I just really want you guys to encourage to put these dispensaries in the opt-out zones. There's no way environmentally they're going to impact or have any of the complaints that these opt-out areas have. So please keep with that. We need to sell the weed where there are people, and the people are in the opt-out zones. We also need on-site consumption at these places. Why would you even sell products you can't use on site? That's pretty frustrating. And setbacks, we got to do something to remove these setbacks. The smell of cannabis is completely contained with air filtration systems inside these buildings. That's not a viable excuse for not having them in downtown Weaverville. And please make it a DUP. We all know how hard the CUPs are to go. Please make it a director's use and keep it that way. Thank you very much, guys.
Morning, Chair Frazier and supervisors. John Brower from Junction City. You're going to hear a lot of comments about keeping DUPs and instead of CUPs and regarding allowing it in the opt-out zones. It's appropriate in most of the opt-out zones. That's where the stores are. That's where the roads are. That's where the parking is. That's where the commercial zoning is. That's where the employees and consumers are. But what I would like to talk about is, and really focus on, is the inclusion of medical in this ordinance. It's absolutely imperative that we modify or amend or repeal the personal grow ordinance to allow medical. And looking down in the staff report on the amending of 17.41 and 17.42, I think it's imperative that Trinity align themselves with the state regulations, and this doesn't do that. And I'm asking for a continuance of this item to a future date unless we can adequately address the medical. The modifications to the personal grow ordinance here in the draft ordinance just don't do the trick. The prohibition on outdoor growing for personal grows on parcels less than 10 acres, that just doesn't work in Trinity. We need to really address the personal grow ordinance. It hasn't worked here for a day. It's part of the reason we have the problems we have. So please send this back to staff until we can really get a handle on this personal grow ordinance. To prohibit outdoor personal grows of 6 plants or less on parcels less than 10 acres. That is ridiculous for Trinity County. So I ask that you guys work through much of this document here today, especially in regards to some of the other land use things. I think the county should stay away from trying to stick their nose in the operations, these retail licensees. The state has very robust regulations that do a great job of that. But what we really need to do is fix the personal grow ordinance here instead of making it even less workable for Trinity County. I think the sheriff might agree. I think his deputies might agree. If they're going to be getting sicked on every parcel in Trinity County that has less than 6 plants, that is outdoor, less than 10 acres, is ridiculous. And it flies in the face of Prop 215, safe access for medical patients and those in need. So please continue it to a later date until you're able to best address this personal grow issue, especially the medical. Thank you.
Good morning, Marie Peterson, District 1. I want to start by reminding you all that Hayfork is not an opt-out. Hayfork opted in. So just want to get that on the table right away. I'm an optimist, but lately I have been feeling a bit down about the Trinity County cannabis industry, understandably. Recently, a friend invited me down to a large white market cannabis party down south, and I was already heading down there, so I just went. And when I got there, I was really shocked to see that the cannabis industry isn't really struggling. It's still booming, and there's still a huge subculture, just as there always has been, and a lot of money to be made still. One of the problems that we're facing is a lack of action and a lack of a path forward that's holding us back from full vertical integration here in Trinity into that still booming cannabis market. We desperately need this retail ordinance. We need it to be simple, streamlined, and fast. I think it's a really poor choice to try to limit or cap the number of businesses, because when you look at the setbacks, and I am a GIS specialist, so I've studied all these setbacks. I've helped draw special districts. I've done all of this stuff for over a decade. And like Hayfork, for example, there's maybe 2 or 3 potential spots only if the owners would be, wanting to do that. And is that likely? I don't know. There's already a lot of existing businesses. We have a school on either side of town. 1,000 foot from each of them is like really hard to get. Weaverville's the same thing. These shops can provide jobs, provide tax revenue, and help keep our money in Trinity County. Because right now we need every single job and every single dollar to stay here. I have friends moving like every week. It's really sad. America was built on capitalism, and to limit the legitimate businesses is literally anti-American. We're sick of being a welfare county. We don't want to be the poorest in the state anymore. We're ready for all of you to help make the choices that will help us prosper by allowing us to fully participate. And we could listen to the naysayers, that complain about the Walmarts of weed and stuff, but we're not the Walmart of weed. We're the Napa of cannabis. We're the Emerald Triangle, which is world famous cannabis. And retail will help us to become a canna tourism destination, which will also align with Trinity County being a tourism destination. We really need this, and we are smart enough, hardworking enough, tenacious enough to survive. We just need a yes vote today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair, Supervisors, Adrian Keys from Hayfork. First off, with the issue around the medical regulation that we have now, that really does need to be fixed. I do hope that we can move forward today with an adequate fix on that. I've been involved in compassionate care for what is amounted to about a generation now, in under 215. Still am able to do that with my own personal work that I do on my farm, but it's not sufficient to fill the needs that are out there. And what was said earlier, that there's very little attention paid to medical in the new kind of industrialized market, is 100% true. And we won't be able to have a compassion program here, which essentially allows certified medical patients to be given free cannabis, because it's actually, even if the prices for pounds are down, there's still so much taxes and the regulatory costs are so high that actual medical patients are unable to get what they need. I know that as a fact firsthand. But as far as the opt-out areas go, there were findings developed for them largely around water use, road conditions, and odor to some extent. None of those are even a potential impact in a C1, C2, or HC zone. They're specifically authorized under the general plan to conduct such an activity. It's an activity that's exactly in line with what would be otherwise considered a primary permitted use. Unfortunately, because of the state regs, primary permitted uses are pretty hard to come by in this. So if we are likely, I believe by state regs, required to present an environmental findings. So please do not make that any more difficult, expensive, and time consuming than a DUP. If there was another alternative, I would suggest taking that, even particularly if it was less restrictive. There's a definite need for on-site consumption. I know it was talked about at the Planning Commission. I don't understand fully why it's not in the recommended actions. On-site consumption is extremely important for medical patients, particularly those who rent. Smoking may be prohibited in their rental or consumption of cannabis at all, even possession of cannabis in the Eschaton Center in Hayfork. Those people who live there because of the federal funding aren't allowed to even have cannabis on the property. So that is an extremely important component to fulfilling what are the actual findings of Proposition 64. And it's also super important for tourism. We must capitalize on this. We're doing it. So why would we hold ourselves back? Tourists need to be able to have a place where they can sample the work, maybe do a farm visit. And then when they're leaving the county, hopefully east, west, north, or south, they'll be able to pass by a dispensary that carries those products, make a purchase, and bring it home with them. I could go on considerably longer, but thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sam Brinkley. I would just like to point out that if we don't do this under a director's use permit, you're probably completely killing it. And the example I'll do for that is right now we're having LACO review our Appendix Cs. Okay, I did my environmentals 2 years before it was required because I knew the county's blanket exemption was not going to hold. We were in the first group turned in to LACO. Okay. 6-7 months later, I can barely get a response from them. Keith Groves is aware of this. It took the only response I got of multiple emails was, I'm in scientific review. We were told that 4 months ago. So 4 months, you're in the scientific review. So I email again, hey, I would like a face-to-face meeting, which is something they allow through the cannabis program. Took 2.5 weeks to get a response on and it was suggested that I don't need the meeting because the county has already been submitted the paperwork. Go to the county hasn't got it. Took another 2 weeks to actually get the meeting. In the meeting, which I recorded, which was 2.5 weeks ago, I was told the county will have your stuff tomorrow, Friday, the 8th. Still don't have it. This is a Bernie Madoff scam. Dealing with LACO is impossible. Can you imagine paying someone, a consultant, and you've been dealing with them now 7 months, and after a call to your county supervisor, to the planning director, to Bella, to my $50,000 I've spent in consultants to do that ridiculous study, and I cannot get an answer? So, a vote to do it, what do you need any kind of environmentals to sell a packaged product? I don't think that the liquor store is made to do a CEQA review to sell liquor. I would just suggest let's make this as seamless as we can. We can argue on-site consumption or we can talk about a lot of different things, but there's no need for it to involve another hey, why don't you go give LACO another 30 to 50 grand or your consultant? It's great for the consultants. I mean, oh, this environmental review is awesome for the consultants, charging an average of 25 to 30,000. Some of these consultants have 100. That's 3 million. And some of these consultants, I don't know, I was 9 gone through so far. I mean, y'all are putting my family in this awful position. And we have spent millions of dollars in this community. We have done so, what do we raise money for the sheriff's department, for the Little League lights? Partnering with people I don't even like who try to shut down my the entire marijuana program. It's very frustrating. I'm a father with 3 children. I've invested heavily in this.
Thanks, sir. Your time's up.
Hi, y'all. I'm Carrie Hurley. I am a local. My parents were divorced. I had 1 foot in Sonoma County as a child and 1 foot in Trinity. Went to Junction City Elementary, grew up in the backwoods of Helena. So I'm not an outsider. However, coming home and seeing how hard these small businesses have it here because of leadership, I'm looking at you all, okay? You're the leaders here. You don't tell the people, the public, I have a constituent that wants this, or you don't, you talk to constituents, you educate them. You educate them. And from what I can see, y'all are not educated on cannabis. I'm going to be doing free education seminars about cannabis so that you can understand why the human body, the cannabinoid system in the human body, how it reacts with cannabis. How nice that there are opt-out zones in Trinity County, huh? If we had that in Sonoma County for wine, where would y'all be with your wine drinking at night? You know, the opt-out zones, where is a cancer patient? How do they get an opt-out for cancer? How about my stepdad with Alzheimer's that I moved back up here to help care for him with Alzheimer's, and he self-medicates with cannabis. Both of my parents, county employees. Okay, I got a scholarship from the high school. I'm no slacker. I worked for NBC, McAfee, Cliff Bar. I bring that experience to Trinity County in the form of what? Tourism, to help these small businesses, because leadership is doing nothing. There's no tourism, there's no manufacturing, there's no cannabis, cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, consumption. That's the cannabis industry. You're anti-cannabis? Come on, man. Can we be anti-cancer? Can we be anti-Alzheimer's, anti-Parkinson's, epilepsy? I mean, it goes on and on. This is now the haves and the have-nots. Let's just lay it out here, right? This is the haves. Oh, we get to opt out. No, we're going to opt out. I'm sorry if you have cannabis and you live in Lewiston. I mean, if you have cancer and you live in Lewiston, you can't get your cannabis medicine. How nice for you all to be sitting there having never experienced how hard it is to have a disease, have a help for the disease, and be told by your community, no, you can't have the medicine. We grow it here, but you got to drive to Reading. I'm writing a book with Chuck Sanborn called the Emerald Triangle Confidential. And Chuck Sanborn says, what's their problem with it? It's legal now.
Hi, Steve Land, Junction City. There's some passion about this situation, as there always has been. I'm happy to see that we have a retail ordinance in front of us today. God, don't screw this up. We really dorked up the cultivation ordinance in so many ways. I think the intentions, I believe in the goodness of people. I believe the intentions of people are good. But gosh, let's do this right. if you're unsure, take a look at the state regulations. I don't think that's something you can do right this minute because it is thick stuff. Take a look at what it requires at the state level to open a dispensary. Once you have wrapped your head around that enormous bunch of regulations, what is it that we need to add as Trinity County? There can't be much. There just can't be much that we need to add on top of the state regulations, which is where I think we've done a lot of damage to this industry, to me personally, is how far out of the way the county has gone to be redundant in unnecessary ways. And as a business owner, the amount of redundant stuff that I have to deal with is tragically comical. I've learned to laugh at it because otherwise it's just, you'll beat your head against the wall. So as we look at this retail ordinance, don't make it any more difficult than it needs to be. Please understand the state regulations and how stringent they are. They cover everything we want. A CUP is going to kill it. As some other people have said, a CUP is unnecessary. There is no reason for a CUP unless somebody doesn't fit within the existing regulations and needs something a little bit outside, then maybe I could see a CUP. But for the most part, there is no CUPs needed. The regulations are there. Hopefully there's a possibility to split off the personal grow ordinance, and so that we can still move forward with retail today without having to screw ourselves on the personal grow ordinance. So just let's don't dork this one up again. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tammy from the Red Barn, Douglas City. And we need to stop the hate and we need to educate, and I'm the one who can do that. And that's where this all goes, is that we've got the haters and we need to stop that, and we need to help Trinity County. And we can help. One way is by providing medicine, by providing education. And I sent you a thing that said, and it's from Forbes, it's not made up. And it says the cannabis tourism is worth $17 billion and it's only getting started. And they're talking about the area here, people coming from San Francisco and coming from other states and coming here, spending money in the cannabis industry. And just because they want to come see and look. And where this relates to is our on-site consumption. I'm afraid, along with the hate we got going on, we also got this thing in our heads that on-site consumption means it's some kind of, everybody's sitting there and it's a stoner's paradise. And that is not at all, well, I would permit. Okay, I wouldn't allow that anyway. What we're talking about is more like a wine tasting. Okay, so that these people, they're coming from very far away. And when they come through here and they're coming from the city, and Trinity's beautiful, where they are is not beautiful. And so they want to come out and be part of this and come and have the experience and come visit. That's part of tourism, not going into a dispensary, get in, get your stuff and get out. Okay, it's an experience. And then we have whether they need their medicine, and it's medicine, whether it's recreational or it's medical. It is medical either way. And so we need them to perhaps try a little taste test of their medicine. Oh, well, this is good. The smell works for me. The taste works for me. Okay, this isn't their destination. It's somewhere they stop on their way to their destination. They don't want to sit out there. They're not going to sit there and consume. You can do that with alcohol, but unfortunately, you can't do that very well with cannabis. You want to get on to where you're going. You want to get to the lake. But you wanted to try that so you know that you got the good stuff that works for you. Oh, so this worked. Oh, great. I can buy more. And what you do is you take that and you go to their destination and you share that with your friends and your family. And look at what I got. You got more of your medicine. And that goes down the road. And in that promotes Trinity County and the fabulous God-given sunshine cannabis, that medicine that we grow like nobody grows on the entire planet. Okay, and they can buy what they need of this. And this promotes our small farmers, our legacy growers. That's what we want. We want to promote them in the small ways. My time's up.
Thank you.
God bless.
Hi, Chair and Board, Dana Hauser from Hayfork. I find it interesting that there's constant issues about where funding and money's going to come from on the budget, and putting taxes on the ballot to bring in a very fair amount of money from visitors at hotels and motels in the county, but this opportunity to take advantage of tourism and a generator, a reason, a fresh new reason to come in and spend money in our county isn't being streamlined and efficient for our potential new business owners. The state regulations are incredibly thorough and onerous, and Trinity County does not have the capacity or the staff to be able bonuses and hiring bonuses, et cetera. Thanks.
All right. I'm sure we have hands on Zoom.
We do. We have Amber.
Hi there. I'm at work, sorry, so I've been kind of trying to listen in. My name is Amber. I live in Weaverville. I am a property owner and a business owner. I agree with much of what has been said by the people before me. I support small businesses, and so I would hope that in your considerations, you would consider all commercial zones to be able to do this. As a business owner, I would hate for someone to tell me I'm in the wrong zone to have a business as a small business owner. A cannabis dispensary isn't an industrial type business as much as it is a small business, usually run by small business owners that are local, which is what we want. I would also encourage you guys to consider keeping it a very easy permitting process. So I do believe that's called the DUP and not the CUP. It seems like a lot more restrictive and time consuming and costly for everyone, which hurts small businesses. Now, as a small business owner, I have seen a 25% decrease in business since last year. I am not the only one. I've talked to small business owners in Junction City, Hayfork, as well as other businesses in Weaverville that are seeing similar numbers. With the cost of inflation, of course, this hurts even more than just that 25% decrease in revenue. This revenue I can directly correlate with cannabis grows because we know who we deliver water to and we know who we sell water to. We have a customer database, so we can see who's coming and who's not. And they're largely farms, farmers that have left, farmers that aren't growing anymore, the farms that aren't operating to capacity, so their people aren't here. So please help our economy by passing this with respect to what everybody is asking of you, and be fair to small business owners, be fair to your local people and citizens that you may not agree with. Please keep an open mind when going into this and considering all the aspects of what the commissioners have brought back forth to you. Let's see. I guess in closing, I would just like to thank you for taking the time out to consider that the state regulations are so thick that Trinity County doesn't need to make laws. It needs to follow state regulations and then maybe enhance that by some ordinances that we locally can agree upon. But let's not try to rewrite what's already been written before us. We can save a lot of time that way and a lot of heartache for these local people. I have nothing to do with the cannabis industry other than delivering water to them and selling water to them, or maybe drinks, lemonades, boba teas for their kids. So from my perspective, is different from their perspective. I hurt for them. I feel for them. So please, I hope you can keep an open mind to that. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Leilani. Apologize if I got that wrong.
That's all right. Hi, my name's Lelania Dubois. Thank you for the time and thank you for this item on the agenda. You know, I grew up in Burnt Ranch. I actually live in Humboldt County now, but my family still owns property in Burnt Ranch, and I have a great, great love for Trinity County. One of the reasons I have such a great love is because of the community core values. And as a kid, I saw the cannabis community, in the local community work together to build a really beautiful community that I love. And when I look at these hurdles that we're talking about, CUP versus DUP, setbacks, not having consumption in rural areas, not having retail, and not allowing medical growers. I stop and I think about who does that shut out and who does that let in? And that shuts out the people in your community that you've been raising your children with for over, at least, I'm 52 years old. So for at least 52 years, that's who we're shutting out here. And if you take a look at where I live now in Humboldt County, you can see very clearly what that does. When legalization entered Humboldt County, we had around 96 suicide calls a year. The year after legalization, we had over 256 suicide calls a year. In the past 6 months alone, I have had 2 friends commit suicide. I've also had growers who have been very involved in the legalization process call me and say they're stepping out because this doesn't work. Some of them are stepping out and moving to new regions. Some of them are stepping out and going back to the old ways, which really are the ways that none of us in this conversation like, because those are the things that the drug war created, the violence, the harm, the increase in meth use in our communities. That was the drug war. And now we have an opportunity to empower those community builders that we really do all love and care about and not shut them out. However, when you take a look at some of these considerations, like not having on-site consumption, not having retail, the opt-outs, and I've heard cutting out personal grow, then really who is that you're cutting out and who are you letting in? So I beg that you do take more consideration around the personal grows and that you do really look at the state laws and align well so your community has accessibility to this. And you keep building with the people that you've been building with for generations. Thank you. I really appreciate the work in Trinity County, and I really hope to see the culture in the community stay the same.
Okay, next we have Tekla.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tekla Johnson. I live, work, and play here in Weaverville, California, and I'm the president of the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce. Today, I would like to read a letter from our board. Dear Trinity County Board of Supervisors, the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce is proud to represent the Weaverville business sector in Trinity County. Our mission is to work with the Board of Supervisors, government entities, community organizations, and local businesses to improve the business climate and our visitors' experiences in Weaverville. We accomplish this by promoting a healthy business environment, asserting leadership in business growth, and promoting tourism and recreation. The Weaverville Chamber of Commerce is in support of an expedited process in approving licensed retail cannabis storefronts in Weaverville. Retail cannabis storefronts are a legal business, which have been approved in several California communities with success. They have brought resources into the community, and existing businesses have thrived when working in conjunction with retail cannabis storefronts, per reports by leaders in those communities. such as Shasta Lake City and Santa Rosa. To educate our local Weaverville Chamber business members and to solicit feedback on retail cannabis, the Chamber hosted a special workshop in September of 2020 with 3 panel members who spoke on retail cannabis. The panel included Shasta Lake City's Assistant Manager, Jessica Lugo, who spoke at length on the positive impacts of licensed cannabis retail storefronts in her community and answered questions and addressed concerns from Weaverville-based business owners. Trinity County repeatedly ranks as having one of the highest poverty rates in the state of California. This distinction should challenge us to embrace new opportunities, especially in consideration of the economic impact of COVID-19. The Weaverville Chamber is cognizant of our duty to support existing businesses in addition to fostering new commerce, with the goal of bolstering our local tax base and economy. The current retail cannabis licensing process can take years, thus creating unnecessary delays and generating capital for our local community. We ask the Board of Supervisors to streamline county permit and licensing processes for all business sectors, including retail cannabis. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have Matt Jefferson.
Hello, Chair and Board. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
First, I just want to comment on the personal use aspect, the 17.42.070 in the ordinance. Restricting personal use growing to under 10 acres is it's just ridiculous. I'm licensed in growing like 500 plants on 9.85 acres. And to say that my neighbors can't grow their 6 personal plants outdoors is it's just ridiculous. If anything, I would ask that you just leave the law the way that it was. It's making really unrealistic, undue burden on our medical patients. It's just not aligning with like the safe, affordable access to medicine. Going and buying cannabis in the store is very expensive, and you can grow this plant right outside and in a very affordable means and grow your own medicine and have safe access to it. To restrict that is just, it's going against 215 and everything that we've been trying to build. And just this is such a beautiful plant that we have out here, and saying it's destroying the environment and destroying the view, and then we're going to say, okay, now put it in a greenhouse. That doesn't really make any sense at all. As far as the retail is concerned, with the opt-out, the opt-out for retail is no basis on land use. I've said this a million times, but none of the concerns that they bring up apply to retail. This is just a few people's hate for a beautiful plant. I don't know if you will, but I really wish that you would share my screen. I'm sitting in the middle of my garden. I'm one of the 9 licensed farmers, and I just really want to show what this beautiful healing medicinal plant is. I've seen you share screens with other people before, but this is not a scary thing. Is that a possibility? Instead of the timer, will you put up the video?
I have no idea how that works.
So my practice has been that if they have their video on and it's them talking to you, I will do theirs and then do this timer just like I do if they're here in the room. That's I'm going to defer to you and
Well, I
council to
don't care if you
determine
show
whether
the
or not we want
video.
to
I don't know
show-
about sharing screen, but just if so, it's up in the corner like we are right now. I have no problem with that. As long as anybody who has their video on, it can be up there. As long as if they start making funny faces at us or anything, you just cut them off.
So there's 48 seconds left on the timer. Normally that's when I would turn the share screen on. So I will stop sharing this timer screen and show the speaker's video.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to show this is an absolutely beautiful plant. We live out here in communion with the land. We're stewards of the land, and we're growing beautiful medicine for the people. And we want to share it with the world. We want to be proud of what we do. Trinity County has been a part of the Emerald Triangle for a long time. Let's share it with the world. You know, let's show them what this is. This is probably not the most impressive garden in the world, but I'm really proud of it. I'm licensed, and I thank the board for.
And each video just died.
Get to that point, and but thank you guys. Have a great day.
Okay, next we have Rhoda Kane.
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Okay. Of course, I'm going to touch on the opt-outs as well. You know, all of the opt-outs are at it. Some of the opt-outs are in tight residential areas, which obviously don't qualify for retail cannabis anyway, because they're zoned incorrectly. But so the regulations and zoning requirements mitigate most of the issues that people are concerned about with the cannabis, which is why mitigations were written. But, you know, we can't continue to perpetuate the stigma that, you know, it's like these opt-outs, many of the opt-outs were formed using propaganda and misinformation, and I'm just hoping that our Board of Supervisors doesn't continue to perpetuate this stigma. And then, let's see, Section 2, Amendment of the Chapters, 17.42.050. The last three words there says a qualified patient, and I don't know if maybe we just need to remove those words, so it just is for, so it would be, say, this chapter, if such activities are undertaken for personal use, instead of by qualified patients, because we know that personal use also is what we're getting at. Let's see, the 0.070B, the 10 acres. If people, you know, a lot of the complaints that people that don't like cannabis are making are that, oh, they have to look at these ugly greenhouses. Oh, they have to look at these ugly greenhouses. So why are we going to continue to require people to grow their 6 personal plants in greenhouses when we know that greenhouses are really bad for the environment? They're a burden on the electrical grid. And then, of course, it just attracts attention. Right? You know, people are a lot less likely to see a cannabis plant in somebody's backyard if it doesn't have to have a greenhouse around it. And then, of course, when you make something taboo, it just makes it more and more exciting to teenagers. We all know that. That's how the world works. 17.42.080, it shows strikes through that people are allowed to have immature plants on their property. I think that needs to come back. You need to have immature plants in order to have mature plants, and especially if you want people to put them into greenhouses, then you have to allow people to have immature as well as mature. Trinity County is cannabis country. Approximately 12,000 person population and 5,000 existing farms.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time's up.
Okay, next we have Carla Avila.
Hello, this is Carla Avila from High and Palm. Thank you for bringing this item forward, Chair Board. I honestly was so flustered at the fact that there's this sneaky attempt to totally redo the personal grow ordinance to remove it from small parcels that I feel like that is so inappropriate. That's not the agenda item. If you're going to fix it, make it align with the state. I need my personal plants. I know a lot of my neighbors need their personal plants. They're for personal use. It's medicine. We live very far from hospitals. We live 2 hours from medical care. We have an entire apothecary of plant medicine. That's how we live. This would be a harm on our way of life. Like, I don't know if you understand the ramifications of what you're insinuating, but it cannot happen. And it needs to be separated from the retail ordinance, and it needs to be appropriately allowing for personal 6 plants, just like this. I mean, this is I don't even have words for it, but please fix it. And so moving on to the actual item, the retail ordinance. We can do discretionary use with the DUP. Anything beyond that is onerous, inappropriate. I'm curious if there has been any mapping or consideration of how much availability of retail space there would be if excessive setbacks were enacted beyond what's required at the state, and if we remove retail access from opt-outs. I have a lot of people in this community who have over the years asked me for medicine for personal use. It is legal. I am allowed to share it with people. They know my growing practices. They know this is very clean medicine. I was asked by someone whose daughter is suffering from Hodgkin's lymphoma just this morning for some Rixamson oil. It is not currently accessible in Trinity County. I have elderly people in my community who have a hard time traveling outside of the county and outside of even our remote community, and rely on their land uses to grow their food and their medicine. So it's high time that we move forward with retail in Trinity County. Please, I urge you to hear what people have been repeating today. We speak for a lot of people when we come forward. I know it sounds like maybe there's a few loud voices, but that is in fact not the case. And if my community in High and Palm knew that today we weren't just hearing about moving retail forward, which is great, but that we were also considering removing personal access from people who don't have 10 acres of land, they would be enraged. So I really hope that we will move forward in the positive direction that we desperately need right now. There's local jurisdiction grant assistance for retail too. We can do this. We can do it right. Please. Thank you.
Next, we have Ag.
Good morning. This is Abby Goodyear from Weaverville. I also am commenting today to ask that you please don't block people from having personal grows outdoors. It's not environmentally friendly to force people to grow in a greenhouse or in an inside structure. There's a lot higher chance for mold and mildew and fungus problems, which are exactly what most medical patients are trying to avoid. Unfortunately, there's a lot more that goes into growing in a structure than putting a seed in the ground and growing it from there. The increased cost of that in general, sun-grown is also far superior to indoor product in terpene profiles and cannabinoid profiles. And making everybody that's on less than 10 acres grow in a structure just doesn't make sense financially. It doesn't make sense medicinally. And I would ask that you please do not do this to medical patients. A lot of them are on a fixed income. The added infrastructure costs would be something insurmountable for them. And I just ask that you please, this does seem pretty sneaky that you guys are trying to push a change in personal use when for years you guys have been saying 6 plants, 6 plants, 6 plants. I understand simplifying it. I'm all for simplifying it. Let people have 6 plants outdoors for personal use, whether it's recreational or medicinal. Let the people that have a medical recommendation grow what they need. And please don't put extra onerous rules on it and make it less accessible than it already is. We cannot rely on the commercial, excuse me, we can't rely on commercial product because unfortunately there has been some misinformation about regulation about cannabis, but it is not regulated the way that a lot of people would like you to believe. There are mold and fungus issues in processing plants throughout the state. And unfortunately, it's unsafe for a lot of medical patients to even consume what's available commercially. They need to be able to have access to their own ability to grow outdoors without added rules that don't make any sense when you're just trying to grow a plant that is a medicine that you could grow in the sun and grows great here. You don't have pest problems, other types of problems increase, multiply tenfold anytime you try to put a container around this plant. So please hear us out, listened, don't change this. If you do change it, simplify it. Don't limit it to 10 acres growing outdoor. We all need to be able to grow outdoor. Everybody should be able to grow for personal use. That was the whole point of 215 and making it legal. So I would appreciate if you could do that for us, and thank you for your time today.
Next, we have Matt Kurth. Matt, are you there? Okay, we'll go on. Oh.
Hi, I'm here. Hi, this is Matt. Hello. Hi.
All right,
Hey,
go ahead,
I'm
Matt.
muting my phone. Thank you. Hi, my name's Matt Kurth, and I own a company called Humboldt Cannabis Tours, and I'm based over in Eureka. So I'm not a local, and I don't want to tell you guys what to do. Community should have local control, and I believe in that. But I was asked to come and comment by some members of your community, so I thought I'd give my piece on it. So I do cannabis tours in Humboldt County. We've been in operation for about 3 years now, and tourism has potential to be a huge economic driver for our whole region. And kind of what we're working on here to be like what France is to cannabis. That's our goal. And just to throw out some fun economic numbers about France, is France produces about 10% of the wine for the whole world, but they control about 30% of the wine economy. And that whole extra 20% is made up of tourism. Another interesting tourism number is if you look at Napa County, about 1/3 of their economy is wine sales and production, and 2/3 of Napa County's money is wine tourism. So tourism, it has the potential to not just be a piece of our cannabis economy, but like a major driver. Like we can multiply, it's a huge multiplier for the economic impact of cannabis. And we're just perfectly positioned to become the France of cannabis. One of the things we need is we need places where people can try cannabis, people can buy cannabis, and where people can experience that themselves. And a dispensary is a big part of that. So the best thing for tourism would be if there was no cap on dispensaries and if on-site consumption was allowed. I think having no cap on dispensaries is important because that's how you're going to get the best quality dispensaries. It's just capitalism. Like if a lot of dispensaries open up and there's too many, then some of them just won't make it, and that's what we live. But that's how you get the best possible dispensaries and the best possible customer experience. So I just want to really, consider what you want your future to be as a county. I ask, and I think cannabis tourism could be huge for Trinity.
Okay, next we have D.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey,
Trinity County. It could be a huge economic driver, but only if we intentionally make it happen. We have to make that future happen, and we have to by passing common sense regulations that are good for the community. And oh, thank you so much.
hello, you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, my name is Dee. I'm from Southern Trinity. I've lived in the county for the past 11 years now, and I mean, I've gotten to witness a lot. I've gotten to witness the rampant corruption that has only gotten worse as the years go on. And I find it funny that this addition to the retail ordinance, you guys are trying to add and just sneak it in there that parcels under 10 acres, you can't grow your personal plants. And of course, you're pushing this ordinance to pass as fast as possible and go into effect because you're trying to sneak this in there with hopes of not many people noticing. And it's ironic because at the same time you're all moving with haste to approve this, you're taking 8 months to approve less than a dozen licenses with their CEQA review. But since this personal plant contingency pushes your interest, you guys are ready to approve, right? Typical Trinity. And you know what? The corruption, it has to stop. It's sickening. You guys are ruining people's livelihoods to advance your own interests, and you just continue getting on your knees to please TAA. Enough is enough. When is it enough?
Enough, we're done.
Quiet in the audience, please.
Thank you. That's all I have to say to you guys.
Next, we have Lisa Wright.
Hi, it's Lisa Wright from Lewiston. I have a little bit of internet issues today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Suddenly it's not responding. Let me get on my phone. 1 sec.
Go ahead. We'll come back to you, Lisa, if you can hear us.
Okay, we'll go to Deidre.
Good morning. I agree with many of the previous speakers. Trinity needs retail cannabis. They need on-site consumption. We need revenue. This industry is already existing here. Please support our small businesses. All of them are affected, not just cannabis businesses. We heard from Amber at the water bar earlier. Lots of places are really hurting right now. A CUP should not be required for commercially zoned properties. I also am a little shocked at the prohibition on outdoor personal plants from small parcels, and think that should be struck from the ordinance. Poverty is a real problem here, and you're our leaders. So please do what's right for the community, and don't further drive it into the ground. We have a lot of smart, hardworking people here, and they're struggling and they're going to leave. And I'm not sure what that's going to leave us here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to Lisa.
Okay.
Somewhat. You're slightly broken.
Oh, boy.
Okay, we can
Internet.
hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I support the retail ordinance moving forward. It was a big kind of kumbaya moment at the Planning Commission. Everyone spoke out in favor of it. And so I'm quite shocked by the changes that have been made to try to add carve outs. There wasn't any discussion about that even from TAA people during the Planning Commission meeting. There's really no basis when the carve out whole argument is the odor and the dislike of seeing greenhouses and such to now roll in carve outs for retail. It's really sad. I don't know how that got in or how it was changed. I also don't understand who changed the personal grow ordinance in this manner. That was never discussed at the Planning Commission either. What came out of the Planning Commission was that we would try to align better with the state. The last discussions we had about changing the personal grow ordinance actually included adopting the Attorney General's position that allows for caregivers. So we go to this extreme difference. How many 10-acre private parcels are there in Trinity County? Did we do that analysis? Who came up with this? Someone needs to stand up and say who directed staff to make these kind of changes and try to sneak in a change to the personal grow ordinance. You've heard from many people about how important their personal grow is. And I'm sure they would like more than 6 plants, but 6 plants being a minimum that's required for many people. So this is shocking, highly disappointed. Remove any of the changes that you're proposing. It was not properly noticed. It's sneaky, it's underhanded. I don't know how it happened. How disappointing, how shameful. Please move forward with the retail taking this out. Thank you.
Next, we have caller with phone number ending 147.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jordan Casper. I'm calling in today. I've been listening for a while. There's a few things that I just want to touch on here real quick. We are talking about cannabis, point in hand. Cannabis is a business just like any other business. It's legal in the state. It's projecting revenue all over the state. Counties are enjoying the benefits from it. It is employing people, and you know, it's making life a little bit easier in these rural communities. I've heard, you know, economic downfall here in Trinity County. I've seen it. Friends move away. Everything happening. We really need to take care of the only businesses we have here that are paying taxes, that are trying to survive. We need to take care of that and help these people, these elderly people that are trying to get their medicine, these people that are recreational using, medical using. They need clean, safe access to their medicine, and we don't have that in Trinity County. One thing I did look up is there are other counties that deliver medicinal marijuana up here. The Sundial Collective down in Reading delivers up here. So why are we spending our money and the other counties reaping the benefits when we don't allow it? We need this to pass. I am kind of concerned about the personal plant getting pulled on this agenda. I didn't know that was in there. Everybody needs access to their medicine. You know, a couple plants isn't nothing. A lot of people don't really know how to grow, you know, so they might not get that much medicine. I believe the state regulations are tight enough. We need to go by them and stopping the progression of what's happening everywhere but in Trinity County, California. Another thing I saw is, or I'd like to see it stick as a director's use permit, and then not a CUP. CUPs take anywhere from a year to 5 years, and in some cases, maybe even longer. We don't need that. We need to push forward. We need to help our community. I know that revenue is a big thing. The cannabis industry, the commercial or the retail cannabis industry brings revenue. The state pays, I believe, through Measure M, quite a bit of money to any county operating with a dispensary. So there's that, you know, there's revenue to be had, jobs to be had. And I think it could be pretty profitable. Now, it is important that we look at the opt-out zones for retail cannabis. Right now, there's no cultivation, there's no processing, there's no distributing, there's none of that. But we're talking about a retail business. It's not a land use issue. They're not pushing dirt everywhere. It's not an environmental hazard. They're literally passing a sealed package to a consumer in a bag. So there's that too. I want to thank you guys for your time and urge you to please pass this through today.
Next, we have Tyler Thompson.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I guess it is now, Director, members of the board, or Chairman, I should say, members of the board. I had not planned on mentioning anything in regards to the personal ordinance because I wasn't aware of it until this morning, but I would touch on that just to say that if it could be separated out. I know you're pseudo acting as planning commissioners in some ways with this ordinance, and a lot is still to be figured out with it. So if that could just be removed, I just don't see the relevance to retail. I mean, you know, somebody home brewing beer in their garage wasn't banned when 6-packs went on sale at the store, and I just, you know, don't see the correlation between the two wrapped up into one ordinance. So it just seems pertinent to remove that. And then in regards to the retail ordinance itself, just on some of the things that came out of the Planning Commission, the limiting of the licenses, I would just encourage to not limit the amount of licenses and let the free market work itself out in that. I feel like the war on drugs effect of price inflation was thoroughly shown on a national level the effects on Trinity County, and just by limiting the amount of licenses, that could have the same effect on retail prices as well as options. And I don't think that there will be more than what the market can support in Trinity County, which won't be that many retail stores at the moment, and could fluctuate moving forward. And then with the DUP or CUP process or ministerial process was mentioned in the staff report. SB 9 was created due to hindrances on projects at local levels. I don't know if the state is going to do anything about that with cannabis, but a DUP seems more than enough. It allows for public review, whereas a CUP just is a hindrance on business. And I would say that for most, if not any, business being conducted in the county at this point, just with the lengthy times for processing. And if there is something that comes out of this in a commercial zoning where maybe even a DUP isn't required, where if you already fit the ordinance as written, why not make it a ministerial process and just allow, like so many other businesses are able to conduct upon obtaining the necessary permits and licenses that are already quite arduous. So anyway, if you could pass the retail ordinance in some fashion, but remove any excess personal stuff. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Gary.
Hello, this is Gary Phone, Hey for. I am pretty shocked here at the addition of this measure for the personal grows. I have seen this type of behavior a couple of times now, and it's just abhorrent. Like, what problem is this solving? It, as others have stated, it's just additional barriers that are going to stress the power grid and keep people from safe and clean medicine. And the way in which you're moving about this, going quickly on that while leaving the rest of us who are working on our licenses hanging in limbo, as we have been since I arrived here a couple of years ago, it's just disheartening and quite frankly shocking that you're trying to sneak this one in on us yet again. I would really ask that you remove that, you pass the retail ordinance, make it as seamless as possible, and throw out the idea of the conditional use permit, keep it DUP, and let people start businesses and contribute to their community. That's all. Thank you.
Next, we have Annie Goleman.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you. I would like to take a big step back here and say I'm seeing something that I've seen done before in other communities. We have seen this in consulting. We would call these they're white collar gypsy scams, actually. And that very much seems to be what's going on here. There is some influence in this community, and I don't know if that's this TAA with an agreement we can't see, which should be publicly disclosed, which the state has actually made comment on. And I've not seen that letter produced here. And now I see something that taxes your power grid, that goes against, diversifying the amount of the plants that are here, and actually attacking, maybe it was underground, but a large contributor to this economy. We saw this before. It happened with ranches in the 80s here. And there is some influence here that is constantly cutting down things to where you guys are a perfect sitting duck for a distressed asset hedge fund to walk in and buy these up. And that's what's happening. You guys are putting a bow around this and going to hand it off to Pepsi at the rate this is going. And it's hard for me to believe that these little moves are not engineered. The fact that there's such a reliance on consultants in this county across the board, when your regulations even state that they're not supposed to be in this industry, according to the state law. I hear things like that this is more regulated than the food supply. Really, the grading for walnuts in California is longer than all the regulations in cannabis combined. This plant is based on asparagus recall, and they called it at the consumer level, not at the farm. Where at the farms, if you had E. coli, we have to find it all the way back. This product has killed 2,000 people at least from going legal, thanks to vape pens, because no one took into consideration testing the containers or the other products they came in. And you are being led down a garden path to tax your power grid when it's the power grid and outside burning, the two biggest dangers to this county. We can't rebuild homes because of the supply chain. So you're putting in more places that can easily go up in less than 5 minutes. And if people don't take a step back here, you are putting a bow around this industry, and it is pretty obvious it's being targeted. My biggest question here is, this county signed an agreement. Where is it, and why can't anyone see it? And where is the Freedom of Information Act request to produce it? And where is the documents from the state that said they will not affect these licenses? And why isn't that in alignment? Why aren't people allowed to work to some level? Why isn't there parameters of which areas would have bigger problems environmentally, maybe watershed, and that it's systematically done? How many of your consultants come on and then quit halfway through because there's a family problem or an issue? How many of them popped up overnight? How many of them are from major wayward points in this state or in this country?
Next, we have David. David, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to David. We have Veronica.
Hi, are we still in public comment? Sorry.
Yes, we are.
Just came back from teaching a swim lesson. I wanted to make comment that I had sent an email back in May that was not part of the backup, but I did send it to each individual supervisor and hope you had an opportunity to look at that. Allowing retail in Trinity County is going to be important for the industry. Absolutely. And the medical.
It wasn't working, but they said they're going to come back.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So I wanted to put that in there, and but what's before you needs more standards. It needs more opportunity to be looked at. Consumption on site should not be allowed. All of the surrounding counties saw that for what it is, and they don't allow it because that will have to happen outside.
Quiet in the audience, please. People have a right to speak and be heard the same as you did without interruption. Okay? Go ahead, Veronica.
Thank you. Because that will have to occur outside because it does have to follow the tobacco laws on how that occurs, and it's not allowed inside. So how do you mitigate if like C1, which is next to residential, how do you mitigate something like that? So it's something to think about. And how do you legally keep it local? There was a point at the beginning of the cannabis ordinance for the county where you guys had a year residency, and that was found to be illegal and had to remove it. I love the idea of supporting the local mom and pops and making it as local as possible. And if there is a way to do that, I absolutely support that as well. I think opt-outs would be impacted on land use issues such as traffic. So I think opt-out areas should be respected and not allow retail in those areas. There are many areas throughout the county that are ready and able to meet some standards for this. I think we should have caps on it. Other counties do. They find it as a way to help grow the retail business without letting it. We're working on general plan. There's going to be some changes. It's much easier to lift something up and forward than to pull it back. And you know the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I'm really hoping that you guys can find a retail ordinance that fits the community, that it might be in. I think we should have limits, no on-site consumption. There was a lot more in the email that I sent, but I only have 3 minutes here. And I do say I support retail in Trinity County. I just think it needs to have standards, and it needs to be something at the minimum a DUP, although I think a CUP is better because every area is different. And with C1, C2 and highway commercial, really look at what those uses are for. The descriptions on those do not match. So we need to work on that as well. So I appreciate this coming forward. I think it still needs work, and I hope there will be a deep dive into it, something that can be a balance for our community, which is all I really want every day. So thank you very much.
Okay, let's go back to David.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
David from Lewiston. I just want to say that obviously our ordinance has changed so many times from the beginning until now. Everyone knows that. Now we're starting to add stuff to benefit one side of this whole picture. Where we, as a community, it's for the whole community, not just in Lewiston where I live, where we have to appease this small little area of people, or Weaverville. There's so many more people here that have a voice, that want change, but we don't want change in this way. I understand that we're controlled by TAA. I understand the cannabis program's hands are tied behind their back to TAA. If you guys can't see that, you will soon. The reason that people want to add CUP to this and to add no 10 acres under can grow 6 plants, it's simple. That way the ordinance goes into effect immediately. No one in Lewiston or around that area can grow their 6 plants, but a CUP will take 2 to 3, 4, 5 years to come into fruition. So they're just pushing the same agenda. No plants, no plants, no plants. How far can we push this? But, oh, we'll give them a little bit. We'll give them they can get retail in 5 years down the line because we're never going to let it happen. When does this end? The new cannabis head is terrible. He really this is becoming disastrous, even worse than it was before. He's trying to appease TAA just to get us a couple licenses out the door. That's not how it works. We're not going to be blackmailed into submission as a community. And at this point, we all know that no one has a voice other than TAA. But soon it will change because there are people looking into this. There are people fighting back behind the scenes, and this will change. All the growers in here, all the communities, even the not growers, even the people that know that cannabis supports this industry, don't worry, we're going to keep fighting. We're going to stand our ground. This will change. TA will not win in the long run because at the end of the day, it all comes down to one thing, money. And if we put our heads together and we keep grinding, we'll be okay. But if we submit like we have been and pretending that the cannabis program, we're pretending the planning directors, we're pretending the board of supervisors are in any way capable of handling this whole thing, we're all delusional. It needs to stop. We know it, you know it. This is getting crazy. They don't want people to grow on 10 acres, so they add it into this little ordinance. They add CUP in there, knowing that no one will ever get a CUP. We've been waiting 4 years for a CUP. Good luck. Everyone knows what's going on. It'll change. Just hang tight. It's going to change soon. Thank you.
Next, we have Chris.
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, it's Chris Williams, Weaverville. First, I'm so confused about this personal grow addition to the ordinance. Where did this idea come from? Did I miss a meeting? I go to all the meetings. Will the sheriff department be using their resources to arrest people for growing a few plants? Will neighbors be turning in neighbors, building walls, creating a more divisive Trinity County? What are you doing? Is the goal to fill up our new local jail? We don't even have enough people to work at that jail. Concerning opt-outs, first, an opt-out has to be connected to land use, even the existing opt-out areas. And there are already standards as to where a retail shop can exist. So if you look at it like this, every zone that does not meet those standards is basically an opt-out zone. So here we are today. Let's put aside this, where did this personal growth thing come from? But here's a chance for Trinity County for you guys to set Trinity County up for a win. Streamline the process in order to get retail going in this county. Defer to state regulations where you might be confused rather than reinvent the wheel. But definitely set aside this personal grow ordinance. It was never mentioned in any of these workshops. Thank you very much.
All right, Chairman, I have no additional chats and no additional raised hands.
All right. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Scalzo. I've lived here for about 20 years, ran a small engine repair business with my father, and I've watched this blow up, get controlled. We can point fingers at corrupt, this, that. It's all there. All that's true. But I've watched this town slowly turn into a ghost town. And before you have a commercial, anything, or sell some medicine, this place here is the mecca of growing outdoor medicine. And if you want to create a job for your code enforcement agency, which you have, they don't have much of a job to do. They've flown my house already and seen my 6 plants, and I own enough property. But what I'm saying, for a big picture, this isn't just about weed. This is about this small community and bed and breakfasts, and anywhere to eat on Main Street. This place is slowly closing down and becoming a ghost town. And I've had a great time here. I've got my life straight here. And I've watched a lot of good people move away. Sorry, it's so upsetting to me. I'm gonna cry about it. Yeah, it is. You need to back it up. And if you're gonna sell outdoor, indoor, you let all these gangsters in here and put all these big old warehouses of marijuana. That's not medical. That shit's poison, man. I used to work at a dirt company and delivered to all these places you guys have approved. They don't even sell that here. It goes to the Port of Oakland, goes on a container, and it's sold in Europe, where they get $3,000 and $4,000. That's why those people are still down there, happy with smiles on their faces, paying you guys. That's the real politics of this. If you want anybody to hang out, or you guys even want to raise your kids or have anything left to do here, you need to back it up and sell some licenses to private landowners where, you can't even see your neighbor. My neighbor shouldn't be complaining if I have 20 or 30 plants to bring to this shop you guys are talking about. So I have something that meets the bar, man. The Napa Valley of marijuana, something that's good to drink. You guys probably all have a drink in the afternoon after work, after this bullshit, right? You don't want to drink box wine Colorasi. You want something good. And just like that gentleman was saying, this is the only place that is the mecca of that. They can't take that from us. They can grow in Oklahoma. They can grow in all these other places. Tornadoes take that stuff away. All kinds of things happen to where they can't pull it off. Everybody thinks you just toss a seed in the ground and, oh, boom, I'm rich. 5-year plan. It's not how it works. There's a lot of work involved in this. Takes a lot of work, and one step miss in growing marijuana, you have junk. You have junk for the shelf. And I mean drying it, curing it, keeping it good until the market's right. A bunch of stuff you guys don't know anything about. So before you go sneaking stuff in all the time and you completely shut this place down, I got somewhere to go. I'll move. I'll do what I'm going to do no matter what. So good luck. This is also for your jobs in the future. Yeah, this is on you guys. You guys have a good day. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if we can ask the audience to either quiet down or leave the room, it would be appreciated. The kibitzing is not what we're here for.
Noted. And I have asked the audience to quiet down, and I think we're done with public comment at this point. We will be closing the public section. And in
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
this is Heidi Chuden. I was wondering if after you close the public hearing, I could make a few clarifications that I think might be helpful.
yes, we will do that. And but I'm going to make it clear that it's like, well, while we're actually discussing this on the dais, if anybody does have outbursts from the audience, you will be asked to leave, because we're not going to play that game. I've been there before. I'm not gonna listen to people talking. Public comment is closed. So maintain your peace. All right. And Heidi, go ahead and
while you were speaking, we did get a raised hand. I don't know if you had closed public comment yet or not, but I wanted to let you know.
okay. And was that raised hand Heidi, or was it someone else?
No, it was not Heidi.
All right. Well, I guess we'll let that one in since we weren't aware. But this will be our last public commenter.
Thank you. Catherine?
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston, California. I just think it's important to be present today. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and staff for doing a very difficult job. I'm absolutely in support of the retail, having a retail opportunity, having a retail program in Trinity County. I would shop there. And I would love to not take my dollars outside of the county. Every chance I get, I try to keep my dollars in the county. And this would be another way I would want to do that. When I gave comment at the Planning Commission, I submitted 6 or 7 articles, peer-reviewed studies that all showed positive correlations with real estate values, lower crime, less cannabis use among underage people when there was a strong retail presence. I can't stress strongly enough how light makes darkness go away. If you're afraid of darkness and what's happening in the shadows, put more light on it. In this case, within your purview, the light would be the light of regulation and transparency in orderly government and private sector cooperation to what is a very normal, matter of fact, regulated business all over this country. Certainly within our state, this is a huge benefit, both with tax reserves, medical benefit, health benefit, reduction in crime, all of those things. Recently in Lewiston, the candidates for sheriff were speaking, and I asked them on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest priority for law enforcement and 10 being the worst thing happening in terms of law enforcement in Trinity County, where did they place the regulated cannabis farmers, regulated cannabis? And they both said it was a 1. The least impactful aspect of Trinity County law enforcement, according to both our sheriff and our recent sheriff candidate, was regulated cannabis. This is part of regulated cannabis. I can't, excuse me?
Oh, I don't know what that was. Go ahead.
Okay. So I am not familiar enough. I've been working here at my day job and kind of watching this on the side. I'm not familiar enough with the 6 plant restriction. I think it's ridiculous. Let people do what they want to do. So many of us came to Trinity County in California because we want to live the way we want to live and have everybody kind of keep their nose out of it. So having 6 plants, I think is a reasonable expectation for something that is now legal in California. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, I appreciate the supervisors and staff and their hard work.
Thank you. All right. I gotta find my agenda here. So, all right. So our public hearing is closed, and Heidi, go ahead. You wanted to make some clarifications before we move on.
I would, thank you, Chair and Supervisors. I just want to clarify a few things related to comments that I heard in terms of what is actually in the draft ordinance. It's before you right now. And then one suggestion or comment. So I'm just going to run through a couple items. With respect to on-site consumption, I did want to clarify that the ordinance as it is drafted and before you does allow on-site consumption. So that was my first clarification, that it does. Regarding caps on the total number of retail establishments, the ordinance as it's drafted and before you currently does not contain any caps. Regarding use permits, the ordinance as it is drafted and in front of you this afternoon does not contain any requirements for a DUP or a CUP, with the exception of the 2 overlay zones that I mentioned. However, the staff recommendation is to add a requirement for DUPs. So I just want to clarify what's in the ordinance as drafted. With regard to setbacks, the ordinance as drafted identifies a 600-foot requirement from your identified sensitive land uses if there is no consumption, and a 1,000 foot requirement if there is consumption. And just to clarify, with regards specifically to retail stores and the state law, the state requirement, which is a minimum for retail stores, is 600 feet from a school. That's the only identified sensitive land use and buffer for retail in the state requirements. And then lastly, on the issue of personal grow and the medical ordinance, and specifically section 17.42.070, in that section, we did identify the idea of 6 plants having to be grown indoors if you have a 10-acre or less site. And in listening to the discussion today and discussing this with the staff, we believe that that's creating an unintended diversion to what's in front of you today. The spirit of the changes to the medical ordinance that we were trying to bring forward today were intended to be solely what would be required to allow the retail ordinance to go forward without a conflict. And so the recommendation for 17.42.070 would be to not make the changes we have identified, to simply leave it alone, and for you to direct us to address that as part of the other larger review and changes that you already have assigned us to work on for the other ordinances. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Heidi before we
Yes,
dive
Heidi.
into this?
This is Keith. But within that ordinance, you would have to change the sale aspect, right? You're just talking about not changing 1742-7, but we have to change the other parts.
That is correct. The other identified changes to ordinance, to chapters 17.41 and 17.42, we do recommend, but we do, in light of the testimony today and the unintended outcome, the change that we've shown for 17.42.070, we recommend that you simply not make those changes. Just leave that section alone.
That would be 050.
No.
No, sir, I believe it is.
Or two.
07.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just missed that number. I'm reading it on my phone instead of my laptop, so it's kind of small.
So Heidi, this is Liam Gogan, District 3 Supervisor. I just want to be clear that we would be voting to keep in the state regulated 6 plants.
No, we would be voting to not change our personal grow ordinance, which is not exactly 6 plants. You'll have to read it.
1 acre or less, 2 plants. 1 to 2 acres, 4 plants. 2 to 5 acres, 6. 2 and above, 6 plants. Excuse me, 2.5 acres and above or 6 plants.
If would it be okay for me to interject, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I've been made aware by your staff that there are a number of things about the medical ordinance that the county would like to change. And there are some issues like that in other parts of the commercial cannabis ordinances as well, which is why I was referring to the next assignment that you all had given me, which is to go through all of those ordinances and annotate them and recommend where changes should be made or considered by the Planning Commission and the board. So that task is underway. The intention of bringing 17.41 and 17.42 before you today was to be solely limited to changes that would be necessary to prevent a direct conflict with the retail ordinance if you choose to pass it. The recommended changes in 17.42.070 went beyond that, which is why we are recommending that you not make those changes. It's an unintentional outcome, and we are proposing that you ignore those changes. But the other changes would be necessary in order to prevent a direct conflict. So it would leave 070 as it currently reads. However, I'd ask council to confirm this, to the extent that state law allows a certain amount of personal grow, 070 would have no force and effect. Your local ordinances only have force and effect where the field is not occupied by the state. So even though there is a difference in what your local ordinance shows on that issue, the state law would allow somebody to still have 6 plants. And until you move forward to create any regulations in parts of that field that you are allowed to regulate, the state requirements would stand. So for example, 6 plants are allowed for personal grow. Unless a local jurisdiction regulates that they have to be grown indoors or out, they can be grown either.
So what you're saying is this wasn't done as a massive conspiracy for the Board of Supervisors to be paid off?
No, sir, it was not. I don't believe your board was aware of this change until we brought it for you today. And I apologize again for the unintended outcome.
Thank you, Heidi.
All right, any other questions of Heidi before we jump into this? All right, seeing none, I guess we'll bring this to the board.
Chair, this is Supervisor Brown. I have a question.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm just wondering if it may be helpful to just kind of go through it by each action item one at a time in numerical order.
Does anyone have any issue with that?
My question is, council, do we have to have a motion on the table before we can go through one by one?
You should.
That was my question also. So,
I would move to adopt for continued discussion.
I'll second for discussion.
Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to take Mr. Brown's
suggestion
and go through piece by piece.
Okay. So item 4.11, find the adoption and implementation of this ordinance be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15061B3. Supervisors have any questions of staff regarding that or discussion about that?
I do have a question for Sophie. When this reads as it does that mean that the ordinance is CEQA exempt because the project will be CEQA compliant or need to be? So this is all we're exempting, is we're just saying that the ordinance doesn't have to be because the project will.
You're saying the project is going to be exempt and that's what
No,
you're putting it
I'm
in the
saying
ordinance.
that the ordinance can be CEQA exempt because the project, each project will need to be CEQA compliant.
That's the language. And
You're just confirming in the ordinance that the projects are going to be CEQA exempt.
well, no, because it's cannabis. So they're not CEQA exempt. So, and that's, and actually, Director Connell, or Heidi's got her hand up. So go ahead, Heidi, and explain this one to us. Where's Heidi? Okay, now we can see you. So
sorry about that. I think I was blocked from speaking, maybe on purpose. Thank you. The question was about CEQA. The CEQA finding is for the adoption of this ordinance. To the extent that any subsequent action by the county under the ordinance would require CEQA review, that's a separate and distinct future obligation that you would face.
So.
Okay, that's what
yes.
I was trying to clarify, and I appreciate that. Just the way this item reads, when it says which applies to projects, I was confused. So thank you for that.
Right, do we have any other questions or discussions regarding bullet point 1? All right, seeing none. Number 2, direct whether a cannabis storefront retail establishment should be allowed in each established opt-out area. Okay. Discussion.
Liam Gogan, District 3.
Right, Liam.
I definitely think that cannabis storefront retail should be available in all parts of Trinity County. The opt-out from what we did was for the growing of cannabis because of the effects of water trucks, noise pollution, light pollution, which were valid, and we did pass that. It had nothing to do with retail cannabis. And I don't know how all of a sudden, it's a whole different topic. How did retail cannabis get thrown in with odor pollution, water trucks, light pollution, noise pollution, all that? I would be in favor of having cannabis storefront retail anywhere that it would survive, actually, in Trinity County. And certainly opt-out should not be opted out of that.
Actually, it's the way I remember some of our opt-outs did opt out of all future cannabis licenses. So I don't know how we would justify allowing retail in those opt-out areas, but the ones that don't have that language, I could go for. But I believe the new Rush Creek opt-out and the Lewiston expansion both had that language in them, if I'm remembering correctly, that said no new cannabis licenses.
Lewiston one definitely does.
Yeah.
And no new license types, I believe is what it says.
Cannabis license.
Yeah, I believe it said commercial cannabis activities.
Yeah, commercial cannabis activities. So that would cover this, but other than that, the other opt-out areas don't have that language, and they were opting out of cannabis cultivation. So, and I don't know how we would reflect that and recrafting this or language to express that. I would have to leave that up to Heidi and
Well, you just
council.
have to say it. You
Yeah.
just have to say, unless
specified.
specified by other ordinance, by other cannabis ordinance.
So I think that there was some discussion that got to take place regarding opt-outs because the original ones were written into the original ordinances. Then time passed, life happened, activities took place, outcomes resulted. And it was in response to those results that people began to say, wait a second, we also would like an opt-out. And in that conversation, we're opting out of everything. So if you go back to the original opt-outs, that discussion never really was allowed to take place, or there wasn't a forum really for it to, not that it wasn't allowed. There wasn't a platform that really came up. So I can't speak for the other districts, but with regard to District 2, the historic district needs to be protected. I don't know if that's one of those zoning overlays.
Can you clarify what you mean by protected?
Protected from, when I say protected, meaning that needs to be, like, District 2 is an opt-out because the WCSD is an opt-out. But the historic district would be a special overlay, I believe. And that one needs to remain, I think, as I think that one needs to be opted out of commercial,
And
of retail cannabis.
I don't have that mapping available, but I do believe from our discussions and stuff in the past that would be, there's not anywhere available because of the restrictions from
Or it would depend on your setbacks.
on the setbacks. Yeah, it would depend. And I guess it would, there is a question in here about setbacks. So that's something that,
Right. So currently it's 600 feet if you are not going to have consumption, and 1,000 feet if you are. So, I mean, you know, this is me hearing from people all over, and we're divided, right? There's not agreement. And so because you've sat in this room for 2 hours and heard the conversation that has just come here today, did you read all the backup data? So you're not alone in wanting to speak into the conversation, and you're one side. And so our job is to find balance.
well,
And so, Jill and the rest of the board, I would say that there is 100% consensus on both sides of this division that neither side wants to see underage people have access to legal cannabis wherever it is in this community. None of us, both sides of this table, are up for that. We want all the stopgaps put in place that should be put in place because it is illegal to purchase cannabis until you're 21. So I think we're all in agreement of that. We do not want kids, people under 21, to be able to purchase cannabis. Can we agree that all of us in this room are for that?
yeah, I think that's, doesn't matter if we're in agreement, that's state law. Jeremy.
But the word protected came out, and I'm not sure what we're protecting an overage person from.
Jeremy has his hand up also too.
Sorry,
Liam,
I'm sorry.
Well, Jeremy, you might have to just be rude, not raise your hand and jump in here because.
Oh, you know what? I am so sorry for not raising my hand.
Don't worry about it
I can
because
follow
I don't have
Supervisor
control of that
Spoken.
anyway.
I did not mean to be rude. I apologize.
No problem. I appreciate it. I just have a kind of procedural question here, and I kind of opened the can of worms by saying, can we do this item by item? I should have clarified that, there's been a motion in a second. And so the question for Sophia is, as we're discussing it, and let's, the first item, theoretically, we had consensus on how do we go about actually the process of sub-approving each item, or if we're finding that there's contention within the items, how are we supposed to discuss it and then like reapprove it, or are we essentially supposed to present amendments for each item?
That's correct, Jeremy. This is Sophie. The blanket motion was a approval or a motion for discussion of these items. So you're going to want to go and do a motion, subsequent motion for each one of these. So if you wanted to, pass number one, somebody would have to make a motion to pass it with a second, and then you would take that.
So I wondered about that. When we do that, does that remove the original motion off the table?
So you can have up to 3 pending at a time. Currently you have 1 pending. So if you make a second motion regarding any one of these items, that would be the second, and you'd want to take that. And then the first one would be null and void.
So we do have to put the first one back to discuss and continue.
Well, no, only if we get to 3.
I would recommend not doing your other motions until you guys are finished with your discussion, but.
And at that time, maybe I withdraw my motion.
Yeah, either way.
And then we have 3 more on the floor. Okay, Jeremy, thanks for clarification.
Can I clarify my word protect?
Go ahead.
So let me just pick a better word. The historic district would be an opt-out zone for retail cannabis. So Chair, can I just
Based on-
procedurally, just a second, Jeremy, I'm sorry. It's hard in the room, just a second. Procedurally, I'm having a really hard time having a conversation with the board members, which is our job right now. When there's this disruptive, reflexive kind of,
Attitude from the,
thank you.
Yes.
So if you could take care of that.
and I think I've already tried to take care of that a few times, but we really do. We know that you guys are passionate about this, but we also all have to represent a lot of people that aren't in this room. And we have to have a discussion to try to come to a consensus. We don't want any more interruptions. And I really don't want to have to clear the room, but we will if we have to. So no more. Thank you.
Was I the interruption that you were talking
No,
about?
no, this is the public.
Okay,
Liam.
I can't see what's going on there. I'm
motivated to
sorry.
Interrupt.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, it's,
I can't feel how the room is portraying there.
Okay,
Hard on Zoom.
so Jill, you're wanting an opt-out for the historic district. So we have to have findings of that. So under what findings?
Well, the only findings that I would be aware of would be the historic nature of that district when it has its own, is the review committee just for buildings or is it for operations as well? I'm not sure what all governs that. Can you help me?
If I may, through the chair, Director Connell. So I think what we're referencing is the historical committee across the board. If you go to section 17.43H050, that'll be page 4 of, I believe, attachment 1.16, as it reads, if a cannabis storefront retail premises is located on a parcel that has a zoning overlay district of special treatment, then the applicant must also submit with associated separate fees, a director's use permit application for review and approval by the Architectural Review Committee to ensure compliance with ordinance number 315-800, resolution number 213-20, and any other related historical legislation. So I want to make sure that I caveat, as you've heard, this ordinance is written without a DUP in it. So if we were to go, which will be another point you guys will discuss, if we are to add a DUP to that process, I would imagine that would mean that this would automatically elevate to a CUP process for historical review to ensure that we do keep that community character of the historical areas intact while still allowing modern retail operations to fit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you capture, are you taking notes and you can capture that? Okay.
So would that satisfy your desire? Or are you still looking for a total ban?
No, just that.
Okay, so a CUP.
a CUP in
Historic district, got it. Okay.
any other suggestions or anything?
Well,
considering?
I mean, I'm just going to make a statement here. I'm a little torn on this one. Before June 7th, I would have thought that Lewiston would have wanted to been in an opt-out district, but my very tough policies weren't very favorable at the election. So I don't know what if they want opt-outs or not. So at this point, I'm going to interpret that they wanted a loosening up of that and not ask for an opt-out in the Lewiston zone.
So you want to,
So yeah, just no action, but we are going to have to write in the
expansion and the Rush Creek.
opt-outs, how we get some writing in that this doesn't override the previous
The opt-out language.
opt-out language. Yeah.
So, and I don't have all those ordinance with me, but I believe that would be the,
Yeah, I would guess we send that back to staff to deal with and not just try to write it on the fly.
because I believe that would be the last two we made permanent at least. So any other discussion on opt-outs on item number 2? All right. Item number 3, direct whether cannabis storefront retail establishment should require a director's use permit in any zone. And I'll start this one off. I think that we kind of have to require that they have a director's use permit in any zone because of to make the state happy, it has to be a discretionary use, correct? So, or at least has to have CEQA, and we're requiring CEQA for the project, so that would be a director's use permit process. I do think that we should look into this if we're going to get into zoning. I think that we should do things that zoning wise, and I'm sure Keith will back me up on this. We need to have, I think that there are zones that will require a CUP, not just a DUP. I personally think that C1, C2 would be a DUP, unless, as Sean read, that would be an overlay zone that would bump it up to a CUP process. I think that highway commercial would be a CUP anyway, because it's slightly difficult to prove that highway commercial is compatible, an appropriate use. Yeah, so I think that's where I come on the zoning issue.
Can I ask a question of Sean?
Go ahead.
Is there parcel notification in the DUP?
If I may, through the chair, yes, there is. I believe it's a 300-foot standard requirement within the parcel boundaries.
Just for everybody's information, that a DUP goes to the director, not in front of the planning commission, unless the director deems that there's some issues that he wants or she wants the commission to look at, but anybody has the right to appeal that and then take it to the commission. Is that all correct?
Correct. And it goes through the same legal noticing process. So we would notify 10 days prior to the director's hearing, and then there would be a 10-day appeal period that's built into that by ordinance. And then on that 20th day, essentially, that license would be active should it not have been appealed. And if it was, then we would be trying to get it on the first available planning commission.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if somebody was outside of that 300-foot margin so that they weren't notified personally, these things can be observed because that's going to have to be noticed in the paper, correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And it'd be on the website.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, comments, ideas regarding DUPs and CUPs? All right, hearing none.
Jeremy just popped up.
Jeremy, do you have something?
No, I think you guys are covering it all.
All right. Number 4, introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance establishing Trinity County Code Section 1743H regarding cannabis storefront retail and amending Trinity County Code Sections 1741 regarding marijuana cannabis dispensaries and 1742 regarding medical cannabis cultivation regulations. So we had some discussion about this, about changing the scope of this. So the only changes to the 1742 would be the ones required to allow this 17.43H to not be in direct conflict. Does anyone have any issue with that?
No, that's my view is that's all we ever asked for, that the rest of the
will be later.
would, the medical ordinance would come back later and for further discussion on size parcels and all that,
Right.
is my view.
Heidi, would you like to weigh in on this?
If I could just make a clarification. So earlier I suggested that with regard to 17.42.070, that your board not make the changes we have shown there.
Yes.
There was one other suggestion that came out of the public comment that I feel is merited, just staying focused solely on comporting the two ordinances, and that's in section 17.42.050.
Oh, yes.
One of the speakers recommended that the words "of qualified patients" be deleted, and I agree that that would be an appropriate change to stay focused on the idea of making sure there's no inconsistencies.
Does anyone have any issue with that? I think that's a good change also.
Heidi, that same speaker asked that we not delete 0.080. Does that need to be deleted in order to comply?
So that's an interesting question. This section is medicinal and personal only. And I'm not as well versed in that part of the law as I am some of the others, but my understanding is that this section would not be allowed. Would not be required under the state code the way it reads right now. But I'm also of the belief that the deletion of 080, you could postpone that, I believe, without creating an inconsistency with the retail ordinance. So I would leave that at your board's discretion. Reminding you again that we are under your direction coming back with everything, basically.
Yeah. So do you think we would be safe if we stopped at changes at 17.42.050 and then just anything beyond 050 we can address at a later date?
Well, there's another part of 050 that's deleted.
I mean, well, but the changes made to 050 will be the end of the changes, and everything beyond that just save till later. Is that gonna?
So I can't see County Council or Director Connell, but I would say yes, I believe that you could do that. You could make the changes up through and including 050, including the 3 additional words we just talked about, and not make the recommended changes to 070 or 080 at this time. And I believe we would be okay, but I can't see those 2 individuals to know if they agree.
We got some thumbs up, so I think we're all right.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, makes sense to me too. All right, so Jeremy, Liam, do you guys have any issue with that?
No, so far so good. As long as we can come back and revisit that at a later date, I'm good with that.
All right. Continuing on then to item number 5, direct staff to develop and encourage retailers to implement a local first strategy, including a criteria to promote locally grown cannabis and locally produced cannabis products to the greatest extent feasible. Thoughts on item 5?
What's the legal the legal avenue for this?
So on the issue of preparing a policy to promote that type of economic development, there is no legal issue, in my opinion. I defer to council if they feel differently. We did discuss this with Council Long and have discussed it with other staff. So I'm not aware of any legal concerns. This isn't an ordinance change, this component. This is a policy similar to any other economic development style policy that your board might be interested in pursuing.
Is I know some towns prohibit or form an ordinance that stops fast food chain or franchise from opening. Is that something that would be considered at this time?
If that's directed to me, that would, let me put it this way. The interests of the board in terms of what you'd like to see in that policy would be very helpful to hear now. There are, under limited conditions, ways in which corporate type of economic endeavors can be discouraged and local economic endeavors can be encouraged. But there's a lot of legal precedent and due process issues that we'd want to look at. So if your board was generally in favor of this policy as it's written and wanted to stress any specific things you'd like us to look at, the staff could do that as a part of the assignment and then bring that back for your discussion in terms of formulating and adopting the final policy.
The only thing I would propose for the board would be to consider if they would want some form of blockage on a large corporate entity. And I say that in order to give local interests, a chance to get their business up and running before someone that comes in with millions of dollars of backing and can afford to take years of losses would theoretically try to do that.
And Heidi, my concern would be, first of all, appellation, grown here, and also, legacy grows first before any big business comes in. We look at our legacy growers, lowest license numbers, and make that the first policy into getting their products into our retail cannabis stores. So that would be my choice.
So I've noted both of those, and when your board gets to, and any others, I'll keep writing down. And then when your board gets to the point where you make a motion and pass this direction, if these items are included in that direction, then those will be part of the whole scope of things that staff looks at in terms of implementing this particular direction.
Thank you.
So Heidi, this is Keith. One of the things that the Napa Valley instituted was that to get a license to produce, you had to buy 75% of your grapes from the Napa appellation. So I think that's a good model. It is a little different. I don't know if we can if legally we can stop somebody sales, but you could definitely curtail what they're buying, and that in itself would drive out large corporates. And of course, you could put in, you can make it just for flour, or whatever thing that the industry thinks, but it supports the local farmers versus the out of the area farmers that might take advantage of the name recognition.
I've got that noted down. Thank you.
And Heidi, I would imagine that locally we will not be able to furnish, the dozens and dozens of things that are sold at a dispensary, ice creams, chocolates, and maybe we will be able to. But I think that we should give every category, every SKU in a retail store the first opportunity to legacy growers, appellation, and before we throw the bid, we'll say, out to outside entities to fill, because we will need to round out every peg on the shelf, we'll say, in the retail, just for taxation, business, and the variety of things that are out there now. But I still think we need to offer those things to our legacy growers and people in appellation here first, before we go outside those boundaries for all products.
Thank you. Got it.
Obviously, there's going to need to be a lot of discussion about this, because for us to get too carried away about what people can sell. But I think the just that we would like to give preferential treatment to local farmers versus just because somebody has a tomato stand alongside the road doesn't mean they just didn't go to the market and buy the tomatoes and put them up on the side of the road. So anyway, hopefully you get the gist.
I believe I do, but just to be clear, so this particular action number 5 is about implementing a local first strategy. So the action here is not to try to codify a local first requirement. I want to make sure that your board understands that difference and is comfortable with it. And obviously you'll tell me that when you take your vote, but to be clear, I'm interpreting the items that you're mentioning right now as being things that you would like the staff to consider in creating the local first strategy. But if your intent is to go further and codify any of these items, it would be appropriate for you to decide that as a board and so direct us.
Yeah, my view, Heidi, is exactly what you said. We're just getting ideas out of our head into somebody else's hand so we can forget about them.
Got it.
All right, any other ideas on item 5? All right, and item 6 is really not much for us to discuss. We will direct staff to file a sequel notice of exemption within 5 days of passing this, if we so pass it. So that's not really up for discussion, I don't think. So would anyone care to?
There's one more.
I just had a question when it's appropriate.
Go ahead, and then we'll jump.
Do we not look at the other components of the ordinance? For example, on-site consumption, is that ours to look at, or is that just, it comes to us and we take it or leave it?
I believe we can dig into it.
Yes, it's absolutely your decision.
So while I understand I think I understand better the reason that people are wanting it now than I did before. What's concerning me is that when we've been hearing the desire for retail in general, it has been to retain sales tax that has been given away to other places and to keep people from having to travel. So in the case of, like I see 2 different pictures in my head. I see the Red Barn where somebody comes in, and I've toured, and Tammy has shown me what would take place, because it's like a process that you're working through with somebody to try to get them to a goal. But I've also visited and purchased from retail stores in Oregon and in Washington, and they're very different. It's like you just walk in and you buy the product that you want and you leave. And the discussion that I have heard has been no fear of what this is going to do as far as community changing events, in that it's no different to walk into this store, buy this product, put it in a bag, get in your car, drive away, than it is to walk in and buy a pair of earrings and put them in a bag and put them in your car and drive away. But now the conversation is different. And so this difference does concern me, where we place those places that you can do on-site consumption. And so if we're moving that consumption out someplace where we feel safer about it, and I have to say, I have concern with Highway 299. People consume what? How much? They get in their car. From the standpoint of, what am I responsible for when I vote for this? And so to me, it's the same reason I chose not to renew my CCW.
because I'm responsible for where every single one of those bullets in those chambers end up because I brought it into the room. Would it protect me? Probably. Could it save somebody else? Probably. Do I want to take that chance? No, I don't. I'll take the chance on myself before I'll take that chance on somebody else. And so this has a parallel track in my head, and I'm not comfortable with it. And so, you know, I need this part to be more thoughtful. I need the community to decide whether you put a CUP on that so that they decide. But to, I know, I get it, years, right? I understand. But that's not the way that it was, that's not the bag of tricks that we've been, I feel like I've been, you know.
But what about all the
held.
bars and all the people
Wait,
who have drinking acts that die in Trinity every year? Bars. What about all the bars? Stop muting me. Is there
Remove
a
her-
difference of the
remove her
drunk
from the-
driving in Trinity and all the people who die?
Just hit the remove button. You can do that.
Yeah, okay.
I have a couple of questions. I don't know if now's an appropriate time.
Sure.
Okay. And I don't know who they are for, so I might look to legal for if this is a correct avenue. I'm curious, is there currently a cap on the number of drugstores allowed in the county?
No.
Is there any county control with the alcohol licenses that are issued? Does the county have influence when those are publicly noticed?
We do on some of them.
Yes.
We just approved some today.
Yeah, so the county distilled spirits, there's only so many distilled spirits allowed for distilled spirits as in bars and or off sale per population. And then you also have the distances from churches and schools and all that sort of issue. Beer and wine licenses, not as much. Those are not capped. But the county does, when you get your initial license, the county can reject it. And I don't know if I've heard it. I've heard that a church rejected because the bars didn't want it there. But I don't know if it's that I remember one being rejected, but they can.
And is that based on just the board, or does the public weigh into that and then the board represents the public in that process?
My knowledge is that, well, the ABC will take public comment, and basically if a church complains, they say no, they just accept that. But through us, the county, it is the public that can complain to us, and then we can say no. And then ABC will, I think, in my thought process is pretty much will go along with what the county says.
And do you know what the specific setbacks are for the schools and churches with alcohol?
I don't know that. I don't know the number.
But that is a county regulation, or that's an ABC?
No, that's a state, that the state notifies people those within a certain distance, and if they complain, then the state will not allow the license. But I don't know the distance.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now I think we might need to jump back slightly to Supervisor Cox's questions or concerns, I guess, not so much questions regarding on-site consumption. And I don't, I was going to ask you, Director Connell, if you would like to jump up here and try to work through this.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure that I kind of explain that on-site consumption. Even I learned something when we did this at the Planning Commission. And I had a couple of people make the same exact comment. On-site consumption is not just the person sitting out back smoking cannabis. This works for elderly people who are coming to get medicine. As you guys know, it requires that it be childproof, protected. Most of those mean that you have to press down and turn. On-site consumption allows for retailers to actually do that for their consumer. So that way that as this elderly person or somebody who may not be able to open these packages that are required by state law to be very well controlled, it allows them that process at the counter. So it's not just that somebody buys a joint, a pre-roll and goes out the back door and goes and inhales it and then gets in their car and drives down 299. It's more that we open the ability for other people to be serviced in the same light than anybody else would. And so that's really what we're trying to get at there. It is also caveated, right, that if you buy, just like if you were to go to the Dickens or to the bar, right, if you buy on site, you would kind of want to consume on site. In some areas, there are specific meeting areas at retail license shops. I've seen it for veteran services. I've seen it for elderly care, for just that social community aspect that happens just like you would do anywhere else. And so that's really what we were trying to provide, as well as mirror state law. I mean, this is already provided at the state level. And so to make it a little bit more restrictive here in Trinity County just didn't seem like the right idea. And given our population spread, I felt like that on-site consumption mechanism allows, whether it's Dr. Tammy at the Red Barn or any other consumer or retailer here to be able to actually help their consumer make sure that they're able to utilize the products that they're purchasing and not have to go on the street to a street corner or for their 14 or 15-year-old grandson to be opening those packages. So it just allows us a little bit better service at the counter.
I do have a follow-up question for
Yes,
that,
sir.
though. It's like, because on-site consumption, what's to stop the guy from buying the pre-roll, sitting in his car, smoking it and then getting in his car and driving down 299?
I don't think anything would stop them from doing that, but we also don't stop them from walking out of the Dickens at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and driving down 299 as well. So some of that becomes the responsibility of the actual applicant, right? They have to provide to this county and into our department an overview of their operating procedures, how their security works, how protections are provided, flow of traffic, all of those things will be caveated in their application packet. And so I feel like we'll be able to, at least at my level, be able to scrutinize and review those applications to make sure that they are consistent. But ultimately, it really would fall down on the individual property owner and the retail establishment to control what they allow on site. In my experience, if you're purchasing cannabis and sitting in your car at the front door, it's usually the security guard that walks out the front door, gives you a knock and lets you know you can't do that here. We have a space out back if you would prefer. And if not, then we need to ask you to leave the premises immediately. And usually, most security is pretty good about notifying the law enforcement agencies of what's going on.
Right.
So Sean, so in alcohol tastings that I perform a lot of, that we are under fairly strict regulations on how much we can serve. We are under personal liabilities. If we serve too much, we have to have licensing to even serve people. As of August 1st, you have to have a 3-hour course, which I thought, oh, I'll zoom through this in 10 minutes. And no, it took 3 freaking hours. But so are there some of the same responsibilities or same safeguards built into the cannabis tastings?
We don't have necessarily cannabis tastings, but there is state law on what an individual is allowed to have on their person. That's regulated. It's regulated as far as how much sales a retail store can make to a medical patient versus a non-medical patient. Those are all codified in state law and they are very strict. I couldn't give you the numbers off the top of my head. I'd hate to be inaccurate, but I know that it is within state law.
But wouldn't it, I would think it would make sense that the owner of the establishment has a responsibility for overconsumption of a product.
Correct.
So Sean, I just want to thank you for that, answering all those questions and kind of laying it out in a very, very concise way of how it would work on site and not off site. But one of the things that I kind of find it funny that not funny, but just odd, that just about every other board meeting, we waive a liquor license to someone to sell alcohol at the parade or the rodeo or the car show or the whatever. And the restrictions there are simply this: you have an ID, you buy 2 cups of beer, go sit down with little Timmy, 6, 7 years old. You can spill some on him, no problem. The restrictions on the cannabis thing, as you just said, are so tight. That will never happen. And you're right. You know, the restrictions that we have are in place and should be in place. There's nothing to stop a person who comes to my store, buy a 6-pack, pop one open. It's his responsibility. It's my responsibility as store owner to make sure you're not drunk when you buy that. So a lot of the responsibility is borne on the consumer. It's not the product, it is the consumer. When you buy 2 bottles of beer at the rodeo, you know, your responsibility says don't give that to anybody under 21. We have to assume part of this responsibility, and we all do as adults. And I hope we all do as adults. So, you know, the strict protocols that are put on-site cannabis, you know, are for the good, where there is no restrictions on, we'll say, off-site sales of these 3-day licenses we give for the peddlers fair, what have you. It basically says, here's some beer, do what you want with it, but be sensible. And, you know, this whole thing comes down to sensibility of what you do. You know, we need responsibility from the people. The stopgaps are already in place at the dispensary. They're really not in place at the fair or the rodeo. It comes down to me and whoever else to be a responsible adult. And we have to, as responsible adults, bear that. And if you're not, then there are consequences for you. At my store, at any retail, 23 years I've owned a liquor store. I've never sold to, I get checked 3 times a year by decoy. I've never been caught ever because of my responsibility to the community, to the people. I don't sell cigarettes or underage or alcohol to underage people. And I do want to just kind of touch on this for a second. Tons of stopgaps in this on-site consumption or getting near cannabis. So it's not lost on me when I walk down aisle 14 in CVS that I am, or my 7-year-old son or my 14-year-old daughter, whatever it might be, underage child, the deterrent between that underage kid and the bottle of vodka, the sole deterrent is a veil of thin air. What is between you right now, Sean, and your microphone? What is between the people in the crowd and the back of the chair in front of them? So it's not, it's up to the people, the responsibility as a parent, as a store owner, as a neighbor to, you know, we have to bear this. It's not the Budweiser particularly that's doing the harm. It's the lack of responsibility of the person who buys the Budweiser. Same thing with the person who buys the cannabis. Don't bring it home and give it to your 12-year-old kid. Bear the responsibility. Take it on yourself. Do the right thing. We will never be 100% doing the right thing. There are people out there that do things. They will buy beer, give it to a kid. But 90% of the people, kids that do end up drinking alcohol, they steal it from the next door neighbor's liquor cabinet. They steal smokes from grandma. They're not buying it in my store, nor any store in Trinity County that I know of. I don't think anybody sells to underage people. Penalty is too severe. So at some time, I think that the individual, myself, whoever's going to end up owning these dispensaries needs to bear that responsibility in a big way. It's their responsibility to make sure that they do the right thing. And, you know, I think that anybody that applies for a cannabis dispensary will do the right thing. The stopgaps are there in such a big way compared to my store where anybody can walk in. There's no security. There's no carding unless we think you need to be carded. You go to a dispensary, you're carded for 22, 62, 82, or 42. The stopgaps are built in and they're strong. So let's keep that in mind compared to alcohol, the #1 killer of people in Trinity County, and probably top 3 or 4 in the country. So I thank you for making that clear, what happens on-site consumption. I just wanted to make clear what happens with alcohol at every little parade that we do. It's a random nothing. You can take beers, do whatever you want with them. Sit down next to a 4-year-old, drink them. So I just wanted to get that point across as I see it there, as a store owner, and the responsibility that I bear and everybody should bear to make sure that people don't get cannabis or alcohol in the possession of anybody under 21. Thank you.
Hey, Director Cronin, while you're standing there, could I ask a question? Chair?
Absolutely.
If I may, in your personal experience, what would be the timing difference with a DUP versus a CUP?
Honestly, Supervisor, that is a tricky question to ask me right now. It is an influx. I do want to remind many people that we have a planning staff of one person, one single human being that is required to do all of the vetting, all of the application review, all of the preparation, all of the routing, all of the reviews in order to get any conditional use permit to a planning commission. With that restriction, that timeline is far exceeding what the normals would be. What I can say to that is that both myself and Interim Director Presley have been working tirelessly in order to make sure that we are fielding applications for planners. Tomorrow I have my first planner interview and will be followed up in the next few days. That will hopefully bring in some additional help inside of our office in order to expedite those processes. As far as DUPs, again, I can't give you like a codified timeline at this point in time because I am still fairly new here. But I can tell you that we are actively working to make sure that we are driving these permits in a much faster timeframe than what has been done before. And I'm extremely confident that with the staff that we have in our building currently, and with the next couple of rounds of people that will be coming on, that we'll be able to reduce that stagnation time drastically over the next few months.
Okay, thank you. I asked because assuming retail component is approved and passed, I imagine that there's already going to be some applicants. And as we've kind of seen with the cultivation permitting process, and we have expectations, sometimes they aren't met. And so I just want to see if we can approach this with a realistic time frame on when a theoretical business owner who wants to start one of these processes, and they just know maybe this isn't a question to answer it at this moment actually, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. So thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Director Connell while he's standing up there? Or
if not, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want your opinion on, oh gosh, I lost it already. So in here, we have annual licenses.
Yeah.
That, of course, I'm sure there's, well, no, I'm not sure, but is an annual license something that in your opinion, we should stick with, or should they go to 2 or 4-year licenses that since the land component, land use component really is more minimal, that there's not going to be standard inspections just to make sure that they're complying with whatever state laws. The business license aspect of this, that cannabis has come along with it. I would assume that every year somebody applies, then there's kind of a review of it. But given the fact that we are under extreme pressure, what do you think? Do you think the 1 year is appropriate, or do you think a longer term is more appropriate?
I don't think I'm attached to either side, if I'm honest with you. I think that a 1-year permit, I think, is kind of consistent with what we have going on in our ordinance right now. But a longer time period, given that it is a retail. We're not talking about, a massive overhaul of land use. These are usually going to go in buildings that are existing, in places that are concurrent. I honestly, I don't have an opinion either way. I could see it either side. An annual review process just means that we're that much more in tune with the retail. A longer permit just gives it, that's about the only difference. The annual permit just creates a deeper connection between the regulation and the applicant. And a further one, just allows them more time to operate their business, to see changes, to flex with the marketplace. Yeah, I don't necessarily have an opinion either way on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, can I make a statement about the numbers of dispensary licenses? And I've heard, and at the end, I'd like your professional opinion on this. I've heard we got one pharmacy, we need one dispensary. Now, from my understanding, you can probably get 3 months of prescription pills at CVS at one time. Where I don't think you can get 3 months of prescription cannabis at one time. Now, major insurance also covers your prescription. It costs you $2 or $5. But if you're driving from High and Palm or beyond, or downriver beyond, or Upper Lake beyond, that $2 turns into about $75 of travel and fuel right now. So would it not behoove us to have, for the good of our community, a few of them that will shorten the drive for the elderly, the cost for the elderly? This is not insured, as I know, by most medical insurances. So when you go to dispensary, you're paying full price. So I don't see the one dispensary fits the county model working very well monetarily for the community. I think the market will bear how many we have. Obviously, I think that's going to come into play. But right now, if you have to drive from Burnt Ranch to CVS, you're going to spend $75 in gas to get a $2 prescription. When you drive to Burnt Ranch to, we'll say, the Red Barn, you're going to spend $75 before you spend a bunch more than that for your medication. So it'd be my will to see, strategically placed dispensaries around Trinity County to cut the cost of travel for the people of this county. Do you feel likewise? And is that a smart tactic?
If I may, through the chair, that is correct. That is why we didn't put a cap or a limitation on the number of retail licenses that would be issued under this ordinance. It is going to be driven by the market as it's written, and I would fully support that. I think that the exact points you just brought up are very valid. Vehicle miles traveled in this county are a significant amount, and so costs are associated with that, but that's why we've opened it to highway commercial C1 and C2 districts with no restrictions other than the pathway forward.
Thank you, Director Connell.
All right.
So I do wonder about the possibility, like there could be maybe a consideration that we would place one on each side of the mountains that we have around us. One in the Hayfork side, one over in the Junction City down Riverside, one here, until we finish a general plan that's where the whole community speaks into what they want their community to be. Is there a concern that doing that now is going to cause some unhappiness? That later people could have said, okay, we had some proper planning done. Now we know what we want. What do you think?
If I may, through the chair, this ordinance was written to fit within our already established commercial zones. So even in our general plan update, I don't see that our general plan update would radically change our base zoning laws across the board, or that they would convert a commercial zone to a residential zone, or vice versa. I don't think that that would be the intent of the general plan. I think that by putting retail outlets in retail-based zoning is the right approach. Allowing them in a place that would, I mean, that's even if, you know, as we've all talked about, our general plan is quite significantly out of date. I still don't think that we would be trying to convert non-retail established areas into retail establishment areas and vice versa. And so that's why we went forward with a highway commercial C1 and C2 baseline on it. And I would want to hold pretty close to that. There, you know, post general plan, there may be the expansion of retail, but I don't see the reduction of retail here in Trinity County.
So is there a way to do this the slow way? I mean, if we capped it now, could it be capped until the general plan is done and sunset when it is for further reflection on what people wanted?
I would probably defer to county council on that as far as if we were to cap it now versus capping it at general plan. I'm not sure.
No, I mean, cap it now and then you could open it up if that's what was kind of realized through the public process of updating a community plan, a general plan. In other words, you can't ever get something back, right? If you put it all out there and you find that that wasn't what many people wanted.
Supervisor Cox, I will
release it if
say
they
that
did.
the planning commission did support having no caps in its entirety.
So 3/5 of the planning commission did.
I read it as unanimous.
I think
The whole planning commission supported no caps. Is this correct?
I seem to.
That's,
No, I
this
take that
is-
back. I just looked it over. I stand corrected. 2 voted for CUPs.
The,
Caps and CUPs are different.
Which I'm.
could I respond to the board? This is
Go
Heidi.
ahead, Heidi. Yes.
On the issue of caps, the planning commission was unanimous, but ultimately when they took their vote on the overall retail ordinance, it was 3-2.
So they broke it down piece by piece and they had, they kind of, you had a feeling, they took little votes, right? But then there was one
Yes.
large vote at the end.
That's correct. They took straw vote to show where there was and wasn't consensus and what that consensus looked like. And then they took an actual vote at the end in terms of moving it forward to your board.
Okay, and so when they took the straw poll on the caps, that was unanimous for no caps?
That's my recollection, yes.
I do understand where you're coming there, but I think that the zoning requirements put a pretty restrictive cap on it anyway. I know that you'll have a hard time finding a whole lot of C1, C2 or highway commercial in my district. And there's also very little in District 4. There's just not that much ground for that.
I'm looking at C1 where we've got daycare centers and rest homes.
Which those would be, a daycare center would be a setback area. So, but I mean, C1, just for zoning, the amount of zones or amount of acreage zoned C1, C2 and in District 4 and District 5. There is none. There's some highway commercial in District 4, but very little. So we're not going to get a proliferation of retail because there's not the zoning for it.
I think, I mean, I want to go fall back a little bit on my general philosophy of being a libertarian that passes rules. So there's a conundrum, but unlike the cannabis cultivation, retail does have an element of support by the community. And if nobody goes to the retail store, the retail store closes. And if a retail store is supported by the community, even though there may be members that don't like it there, financially it's being supported. So people are voting with their dollars. And this is, and I'll fall back on the example of COVID when we decided what was a essential store is any place that I go give them money is essential to me because my money's hard fought and I give it to them. And so here we do have that ability. If somebody opens a store in a town that doesn't want it or won't support it, then they're only going to be there a few months. So from that standpoint, I think the market can really be smarter than all of us combined, because people will decide with what's important to them.
All right, so I'm losing track of my notes and my papers all here. Where do we stand at this point? Does anybody have any other concerns with the ordinance as a whole? And Supervisor Groves, do you have any intention on tweaking that length of license?
Yeah, I would like to throw out the number 3 years.
Heidi has raised her hand again.
Okay, Heidi, I missed you raising your head. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just have 2 questions. One is, at an appropriate time, before you get too far into your business, I have some clarifications I need on where you are on the opt-outs. And then second, I just wanted to make sure if there's any discussion that you wish to have about the setbacks or buffers. Thank you.
Okay.
We haven't talked about setbacks.
We have not talked about setbacks, but so first off, let's just go ahead and answer your questions about the opt-outs right now while I'm remembering that you asked us to. So what was the question?
Well, with apologies, I took notes while you were discussing opt-out, but I don't know that I fully appreciate what the direction might be regarding opt-outs. And so whether it's now or when you make your motion, I would like to request some more specific direction about how you would like us to bring back the opt-out language. On all of the other items that you've discussed, I believe if you were to ask me, I could tell you what I heard, but I'm not sure on the opt-outs.
Okay, well, I do have some notes, and it seems like my notes say that the CUP in the historic district was one of the discussions, but that's covered in overlays.
Yeah, that's a CUP item. I do understand, I think CUPs.
And then the discussion that Keith and I were having was about how to word that this does not override the opt-out language, because there are some of the opt-outs that expressly prohibit any new cannabis activities. It doesn't say cannabis cultivation. It says all new cannabis activities. And when we were addressing those in the opt-out meetings, it was expressed that that meant all cannabis activities. It didn't mean cultivation. They didn't want any new license types. So those we have to, I think we need to stay true to that. I don't know how you would, and other than that, I don't have any other notes on opt-outs. I don't think we really, do you have any other notes on opt-outs? We're good. All right.
Thank you.
Well, again, that it does kind of tie to setbacks.
Yes, setbacks. We do need to jump into setbacks.
1,000-foot setback, then the opt-outs, like in her district or in my Trinity Center proper, are all kind of
Gone.
Yeah.
So, and then that's a discussion that let's just go ahead and jump right into that, I guess, before we do Keith's suggestion of extending license times. The setback requirements, I'm looking at our ordinance and it says there's a difference, the way it's written right now, between if you allow on-site consumption or if you do not. And does anybody have an issue with the way it's written now? Suggested changes or?
Can I ask what the planning commission, I'm sorry, I forgot what their.
What is reflected in the ordinance is what the majority of the planning commissioners were in favor of. 3 of them favored the bifurcated setbacks that you see reflected there. 2 of them actually supported 1,000-foot setbacks, whether you have consumption or not.
Okay, so no planning commissioner was less than the 600,000.
That is correct.
Okay.
You better make sure you get a high
600,
standard.
correct?
600 feet.
And not 600,000, yes.
Okay.
600, 1,000.
Problem in the county. 600,000.
1,000 square foot or 600,000.
I heard a slash mark in between those.
Okay, thank you.
Let's-
Heidi speaks key.
all right, so do we have a consensus that we agree with those, or do we need to have further discussion on that? All right,
So
go ahead, Jeremy.
I would be fine with the 600 setback period, but I'm fine with it as written as well.
All right, I think we're in agreement on opposite ends of that spectrum, because I would be good with 1,000-foot setback, but I'm okay with it how it's written.
District 3 leans towards 3 to 600 over the 1,000. Thank you.
I think that we can agree that this is acceptable then, what it sounds like. So Heidi, did you get that? We agree that how you've written it is acceptable.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, now onward to Keith's question. Does anyone have issue with making these longer than 1-year licenses?
I think because it's new, could we consider making it an annual license until the first renewal and then it renews for 3 years? In other words, you're looking at me funny. What
one-
did
one-
she say it?
Like,
So let's
no,
say that when it was first issued, it's an annual, right? You review that at the 1-year mark, and if all is well, it renews for 3 years.
I have no argument to that. You saw my facial reaction to, ooh, that's
What'd
actually
you
a
say?
fairly good idea.
Oh, I thought-
That's really where that came from, was like, I never thought of that, but that's, I will tell you, I have no impart on either way. My job is to regulate it by this ordinance. Whatever you as a board decide is what I will carry out as your staff. So however we would like to see that work, I am 100% in favor for. I think we all know that the limitations of my department and my division have been manpower. And you guys know that I have been actively making sure to solve that problem. And I feel like I'm about 80% of the way there. And by August, I'll be 120% of the way there. So whatever this board decides is what we will carry out.
My issue with annual licenses, I think I have no problem with that idea going forward either. I think that's acceptable, but the issue I have with annual licenses is the fact that traditionally the planning department, cannabis department has been overworked and understaffed. And so if we can not have every single license renewed every year and give them a break, I'm good with that. So if Heidi can capture that language and if nobody has a problem with it, I think that would be acceptable also. Keith, do you think that would be?
I'm fine with
That I think that it does, then I think that would be.
The one question is that just going to be anytime somebody gets a license your first year, or is that just?
That's
this
how I would interpret that, is like, it's kind of like a probationary license. If you screw up really bad this year, we're going to deny it. And then if not, you get 3 years.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, we can reflect that, board members.
Okay.
So the only other topic that's in there is,
Just backing up so I didn't breathe in my mic.
oh yeah, is cost. So it says that the prices are going to be determined by the board. Thankfully, it says by resolution, not by ordinance. How do you choose?
I will say, excuse me, Director Connell, if I may through the chair. I will say this is where my inexperience in Trinity County will really show because I can't give you any direction or help from my end. I do not have any historical based knowledge from a planning director or a senior plan or really a planning department that has done this before. So I would ask that between CAO Garza, our county council, maybe Susie, maybe some of the board members that have been sitting here for a while, maybe they have a better idea of how that process works. I've not been in Trinity County long enough or had the experience in Trinity County to really give you any guidance there. And so unfortunately, this is a board decision.
This is cost, you said?
The cost, what should the cost of the licenses be?
Shouldn't that be done by not the board?
It'd be lovely if it was done by not the board.
Well, we
It's gonna be.
All costs have to be ratified by the board. And how you come up with that original number until we do a fee study, which we're on year 6 of not doing a fee study for cannabis.
It's on our priority list with our financial consultant to get our fee studies updated. So, and he'll be here July 6th, I believe, or 7th, and we can bring it up then. But for right now, we have no information for you right now. We'd have to work on it.
One of the things we did on the other ones was look at other counties' costs to see how much time, talk to them, how much time that, are like issues. We have a cost for CUP already, don't we? Yeah. So we have that cost already built in DUPs. So I think it's just a matter of kind of sitting down.
Yeah, we'll do some comparables with other counties. Likewise, as far as the size goes. Yeah.
And that will be passed at a future meeting as a resolution. So my question there would be how do we deal with it if we have 7 people apply before we have a resolution, how much to charge them?
Well, the pressure will be on. We'll see what we can do before then.
Thing I think is that this is only the first reading, and so it does have to come back for a second reading, and then it's not effective until 30 days after that second reading. So we do have a little bit of time to get that resolution before you, but it will need to be before you. And when I say we, I mean typically the department brings that forward. But it will need to be before you, before the expiration of that 30 days after adoption of this ordinance, which won't be today. And depending on the changes that you make, we'll look to council to determine whether or not it requires a second first reading.
Plus, you do end up with these logistic things just because we wave our hands. Somebody's going to have to make a form to fill out, and somebody's going to have a protocol to fill out, and those things, though they sound like oh, okay, we'll do that in 10 minutes, that they sometimes take a long time. So, yeah, I think this is a monstrous step forward, but nobody's opening shop next week.
No. So I am going to, what do you got?
Well, no, I was just like, what's the logistics from now, from here? Are we going to send this back?
Well, that's what I was just going to look at council and say, do you think that all the changes we've made in here can be incorporated in a motion that would actually hold up and consider this a first reading, or do we need to send this back and have a second first reading?
My recommendation would be to have a second first reading because you guys have gone through a lot and you've done a lot of changes. And I think Heidi needs to encapsulate those into the document and bring it back in a clean, fresh version so the public knows exactly what you're discussing and voting on. Right now, I don't think the public or even you guys are necessarily going to be able to be clear if somebody just does a 5-part motion about, these 6 items.
Okay, and Heidi, you had your hand up.
I was just going to offer to walk you through what I understood to be potentially your subject to a vote, your direction on each item, if that's at all helpful.
I think that would be good. And then we can proceed from there.
Would you like me to do that right now?
Anybody have an issue with that? Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you. I'll go through them using the numbered actions then.
Okay.
So regarding the first action which had to do with CEQA compliance, the recommendation is the finding that it's exempt under CEQA, and I didn't hear two opt-outs. My understanding of the direction is to go with the opt-out language that is out there for the various geographic restrictions. So what we would do is we would go back to each geographically restricted area and review whether the language that created it was specific to cultivation or was more all-encompassing, and then tailor where retail is allowed based on that. For number 3, on use permits, what I heard was in C1 and C2 zones, a director's use permit. In the highway commercial and in the 2 overlay zones, a conditional use permit. With regard to the changes in the medical ordinance, to make the changes as shown in your packet through section 050, with the addition of removing those 3 words in 050, and not make the changes in 070 or 080. With regard to the local first strategy, I heard 4 things. To work on, to the greatest extent feasible, restricting or precluding large corporate entities in favor of local entities. So block large corporation, focus on local entities. Also emphasizing the local appellation and emphasizing legacy growers over others. To look into the idea, as currently apparently Napa County has, of like a percent purchase of local goods. So perhaps 75% of the items on your shelf are locally sourced, or maybe that applies only to cultivation. So that's something to flower. So that's something we would look into. And then you also confirmed that this would come back to you in the form of a strategy, that it was not your intent to codify it. And then regarding the last 2 items, I did not have any changes for 5 or 6. And then in addition, I heard direction on the length of the license, that it be issued for 1 year with a verification of performance under the license, and then renewals thereafter could be 3 years, every 3 years. And that's what I captured, Board.
Does anybody have any issue with what Heidi captured?
I have one comment or request for consideration would be with number 3, the DUP, CUP, that highway H2, go under the DUP and not the CUP.
Highway as in not highway commercial, but highway.
No, highway commercial.
Highway HC, as you said, H2. Yeah.
I'll let Dan make the case.
I have issue with that because, well, Keith has his zoning book with him, but the highway commercial zoning is supposed to cater toward travel, and it's looking at gas stations, restaurants, stuff like that. Not necessarily, I don't think cannabis really falls into that category. Cannabis retail. So I have a hard time. I mean, if you can come up with the findings, I would be open to the discussion, but I can't make those findings myself.
The main finding would be that Willow Creek has a dispensary right along 299. And a lot of the business owners' intention is to capture the tourism that the highway offers, because the highway is over, I believe it's over 700,000 users each year go between Reading and Eureka. I mean, I know that it's still allowed, but we
Yeah,
all know the
and
process of CUP.
We have a lot of commercial property, commercial zoning along 299 also, because the entire main street of Weaverville is also right along 299. So it's just that the zoning, that the highway commercial zoning, I don't think is compatible. But Keith's got his book
Yeah,
out, so
let me read it, and I don't. When we fall back to the general plan or the zoning ordinance, the purpose of this zoning district is to provide appropriate sites for the needs of recreation and business travelers. This district is intended to be applied to sites fronting highways or along arterial roads that provide access to major recreation destinations. Highway commercial areas should be designed so that all or most of the needs of the traveling public can be accommodated at one stop. This zoning district is not intended to be applied to strip commercial development along highways or arterials. And the list of uses without a permit, a convenience store, restaurant, auto service, hotel, general office, church, and with a permit, which would be a CUP, is campground, amusement, restaurant with drive-through, resort, truck stop, auto repair shop, bus station, laundromat, car wash, auto sales, mini storage, blah, 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 blah. So it's, I guess maybe the problem is both me and Dan are looking at this as planning commissioners. And when you really read that, in some ways it's a stretch to allow it at all, but and that's just my viewpoint, is it doesn't fit that where a commercial C1, C2 does. And as much as I'd like to have a DUP on that, I don't see how we do it without getting in trouble. But
Okay, can I weigh in on that for just a second?
you bet,
Would-
man.
Would medicine not fall into a little more needed category than laundromat?
well, it's just they're planning's different. There's no gray area in planning without a conditional use permit. I mean, that's what their planning is, black and white. And so anything that isn't in the black and white requires a conditional use permit. And that's why I fall back on that. It's not my desire to make life more difficult for people in highway commercial, but I just don't think that we can, I can't, like I said, I can't make the finding that it fits in highway commercial without a conditional use permit.
I mean,
CVS wouldn't fit there either.
yeah,
Okay, well, I appreciate the comments, and my selfish concern is knowing the District 4 areas, there is a limited number of C1 and C2. There's more HC, and that's kind of my basis. I could argue some of the other aspects, but I'll let those be. And I know it doesn't prohibit the opportunity from happening, but it does make it incredibly more costly and timely. And those are kind of my angles, but thank you for your consideration.
well, I'm not saying I can't be convinced with some better findings for people to think about. And if we have a functioning department, which I'm promised we will, that the distance or the difference in speed shouldn't be all that much greater. It's just the fact that we've been paralyzed in this CUP world. And I, of course, would be more than willing to look at any ways that we can hire consultants or whatever to get through this process at a quicker rate. But since we're going to have another reading, I think that gives time people to try to make the case, to find some findings.
Yeah, like if we had findings.
Sorry, Keith, if you have the time, could you read that first paragraph, maybe first two paragraphs you read, if you have the time?
Oh, I got all the time in the world.
Yeah, I'm in Alaska. It's light till midnight, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, there you go.
Although I got 9 guys staring at me to go fishing.
So the purpose of this zoning district is to provide appropriate sites for the needs of recreation and business travelers. This
Okay.
district is intended to be applied to sites fronting state highways or along arterial roads that provide access to major recreation destinations. Highway commercial areas should be designed so that all or most of the needs of the traveling public can be accommodated at one stop. This zoning district is not intended to be applied to strip commercial development along highways or arterials. And then they go into all the
Permitted uses.
permitted uses and use permit uses. But once you get to the use permit uses, those are ones that's a CUP anyway. So the uses convenience store, restaurant, auto service, motel, general office, which it could possibly fall in general office, recycling center, church, or other uses found to be similar in nature as determined by the planning commission. So how these things happen is that somebody applies to the planning commission, then the planning commission says, yes, that's the same service, and then it gets put in the book. But maybe I'm looking at it too tight. That's the way I unfortunately see it.
Yes.
Thank you, Keith. It would seem to me those first couple paragraphs kind of encapsulate cannabis retail, but I'll leave it at that. It is something that people will need that are traveling through town for medicine. But I will leave it at that. I strongly think that that's the heart of those 2 paragraphs in a way.
Okay, well, we can put that on the list when we talk next, and people make their
Get your findings in
get
order.
your findings. And that's, I mean, we have to have findings. We just can't make stuff up. So we have to have findings that stand, that legally stand.
Understandable. Thank you.
All right.
So.
So Heidi, this will come back at the next meeting.
Oh, that's gonna be a doozy.
That is the meeting that's now on July 7th.
So
Is that correct?
July 6th.
I'm sorry, July 6th. And the deadline for that packet would be when, if you could remind me?
9 a.m. on Tuesday, May 28th. Or I'm sorry, Tuesday, June 28th.
I think we can have it ready. I'll give it my best shot.
So do we need to have a motion to send this back and have Heidi incorporate those changes and bring it back on that date?
I think you can just give direction to staff.
Okay.
By the way, since we do have a motion on the table, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just give direction to staff then to bring this back on July 6th. Ooh. Along with other ordinances.
If I may, through the chair, Susie, can you tell me that time that it needs to be to your office in order to make the 6th, please?
Oh, we'll talk offline.
Perfect. I just want to make sure we're not overloading the agenda items. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
All right, so with that, I have to find my agenda again, and we are moving on to item 6.1, closed session. Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, exiting litigation, number of cases 3, Mines versus Trinity County and Trinity County Board of Supervisors, Trinity County Superior Court case number 20 CV 036, Mines versus Trinity County and Kim Hunter, Trinity County Superior Court case number 20 CV 082, Trinity Alps Farms Incorporated, Terry Mines and Christopher Dwyer versus Trinity County and Trinity County Board of Supervisors, Trinity County Superior Court case number 21 CV 008, and item 6.2 Government Code Section. Oh, well, I guess I'll stop there. Does anybody have any public comment on item 6.1? All right.
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, can I read 6.2 first? No, and item 6.2, Government Code Section 54954.5F, conference with labor negotiators, county's designated representatives Sophia Meyer and Shelley Nelson, employer organizations, probation, peace officers associations. Anybody have any public comment on 6.2?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned to closed session and we'll take a couple minute break before we start.
Liam and Jeremy, I'll send you a closed session Zoom invite for you.
So Letty, would it be okay if I left now? I gotta go to work, and we do have a quorum there.
As long as you don't care what happens with Terry.
Well,
Liam, I'm going to adjourn this meeting because it's still recording and still public. So can
certainly, go right ahead.
if you give Letty a call and have that discussion with her, please? Thank you.
You got it.